Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. I see some of our guests are on the attendee side waiting. So thanks for being here. As soon as it's your item, I'll be moving everyone over. So just know that you're on the attendee side of the webinar until the item comes up when it's your turn to participate. So it'll be moved over in just a little while. So thank you for being here. And to all our board members and everybody else that's on, we are live on YouTube and ready to go at 7. Hi, everyone. Looks like we're just waiting for Kaiser.
Jamie, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
You're good.
Yeah, I just.
Hi, everyone. We'll get started in just a minute or so.
Kaiser just let me know that her link isn't working. I'm going to get her in right now.
Okay, let me know when she's here.
All right, just resent the invite. We should see her in just a minute. There we go. Hey, Kaiser.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
You're welcome.
Okay, then I think we're ready to get started. Okay, well, welcome and good evening, everyone listening and watching out there tonight. My name is Joe Radabaugh, your governing board president, and I'm calling our meeting to order. First off, nothing to report coming out of our closed session prior to our open meeting. As I've done in all our virtual meetings since going virtual with Zoom, I'd like to read the following. On March 17th, 2020, our governor issued Executive Order N2920. Under this new order, a district can now comply with public attendance and comment requirements of the Brown Act by holding a meeting via teleconferencing and allowing members of the public to observe and comment either telephonically or otherwise electronically. Public comments are being accepted online and will be read by district staff after board discussion of the presented items. Okay, well, let's move now into the Pledge of Allegiance. And if we could, Mr. Blumenthal, could you take us through the pledge?
Sure, yeah, please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, so now we're going to go to approval of the minutes. And we have quite a few. I think we're playing catch up. And hold on a second. And I think we have actually 4 sets of meetings. Can we do it as a package? Jamie, are we comfortable with that? All 4 at once?
I think that's a Kim question, but I
Kim?
believe so.
Yes, we can do them all together.
Okay, so we're approving. Do I have a motion to approve minutes from April 28th, May 15th, May 19th, and June 9th?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Andrew. All in favor of the show of hands?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, fantastic. So approved. Thank you. Okay, so now we go into our section around our reports, and we'll start off with our superintendent report. Wendy.
Thank you, Joe. I had intended to defer my report tonight, but because of late breaking news, I'll be brief and I'll share out. Today, September 29th, after a motion was approved by the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health will plan to open the school waiver program for in-person instruction for grades TK through 2. The program will begin accepting applications in early October for 30 schools per week and prioritize the issuance of waivers to schools with higher percentages of students who qualify for free and reduced meals. Superintendents must submit school district waiver requests to reopen for approval by the local health officer. The decision to grant a waiver will be based on ensuring that schools are able to open in full adherence with the Los Angeles County school reopening protocols. The process requires consultation with the California Department of Public Health prior to accepting or rejecting waiver applications. The application process will be available online at www.publichealth and will be launched in early October. Per board direction, I wanted to share with the community that we will apply as soon as the process is open, and even if rejected because of our prioritization rate, and given that we have a low number of students on free and reduced meals, we will continue to keep applying throughout the process. But we will apply immediately once the application becomes available and we're able to complete it And I think as the community knows, we have several components of the application that we know will be required to accompany the application, i.e. the reopening protocols from public health and the LCUSD safety and reopening plan already in place. The second piece of today's news was, although Los Angeles County met the state's metric thresholds for tier 2, i.e. the red tier last week, Los Angeles County remains in tier 1, the purple tier, which is the most restrictive tier, due to the current adjusted daily case rate of 7.3 cases per 100,000 residents. Per state guidelines, in order to move to tier 2, the county's case rate needs to be 7 or fewer cases a day per 100,000 residents for 2 consecutive weeks. The county's test positivity rate is currently 2.9%, which places the county in tier 3, which is again less restrictive than tier 2 for this metric. However, the state places counties in the most restrictive tier when the metrics fall in 2 different tiers. So what that implies for LA County, and then thus for us, is that we remain in tier 1, the most restrictive tier, the purple tier, because the daily case rate indicates that there is still widespread transmission in our communities. So what also people should be aware of is that we had a single week, and this was going to be our 2nd consecutive week, which would have put us into the red tier. However, because we did not meet one of the metrics, we have then lost our consecutive week, and now it would take 2 additional consecutive weeks in order for us to move into the red tier. And in order for the county to begin to give guidelines for potential hybrid reopening, we would then have to remain in the red tier after that point for an additional 2 consecutive weeks. So at the most restrictive purple tier, we are not able to open school facilities except for 1, individual IEP and ELD assessments, which we are currently conducting with our students on campuses, and 2, strict cohorts of limited IEP and ELD students for instruction, which we are currently bargaining at the table with our labor associations. And now the third opportunity is that when the waiver process for TK through 2 is open sometime in early October, we will apply, and we will continue to apply until our schools are approved. And so that was the latest news. I'm attending 2 sessions, 2 telephonic briefings with public health this week, one on Thursday morning and one on Thursday afternoon. So plan to put out a superintendent's update reiterating all of this and any further explanations to the larger community at the end of the week. But thank you for that, and that's my report.
Thank you, Wendy, for pivoting at last minute to take us through that. I think that was important to kind of set up the whole meeting and lay that out. So appreciate the update. Hopefully that was clear for everybody out there. Okay, so then we move to the president's report, my report. And again, good evening, everyone. I'm going to use my time this meeting in a kind of a little different way to give our next speaker a well-deserved and proper introduction. By my calculations, since my present report takes on average about 3 minutes, whether this person likes it or not, they will receive at least 3 minutes of my and our collective attention. That person is Senator Anthony Portantino. Senator Portantino represents California's 25th State Senate District, which includes the communities of Sunland, Tujunga, Atwater Village, and the Griffith Park areas of City of Los Angeles, Burbank, Glendale, La Crescenta, Montrose, Pasadena, Altadena, South Pass, San Marino, Sierra Madre, Monrovia, Bradbury, Duarte, Glendora, San Dimas, Laverne, Claremont, Upland, and last but not least, La Cañada. Wow, that's a lot of school boards and city councils to interact with, Anthony. I don't know how you do it. I had no idea this district was so large, especially given the fact he is a hometown boy and makes us always feel like we're the most important. Reality is Senator Portantino is more of a friend and neighbor than senator. LCUSD and the city overall has enjoyed a close relationship with Anthony and his office for a long time. A little background on Anthony and then some personal observations. Senator Portantino, if you didn't know, still lives in La Cañada, and his husband to Ellen, who in her own right is a very special person. and they both are proud parents to wonderful daughters, Sophia and Bella. You may not know this, but prior to his years in state office, he spent many years working in film and television production as a producer, line producer, art director, assistant director, and location manager. He's also served in the California Film Commission, where he helped implement the California Film Tax Credit Program. He is currently part of the California Senate leadership team, where he chairs the all-important Senate Appropriations Committee. Well done. Prior to serving the state level, Senator Portantino had a long and distinguished record of service for our city and schools. Highlights such as nearly 8 years on the La Cañada Flint Ridge City Council, including 2 terms as mayor. He served as president of the League of California Cities Mayors and Council Members Department, and has been legislative chair of the California Contract Cities Association. He personally negotiated with the city of Pasadena the Hahamanga drop-off zone that we see today, that we enjoy today, and to alleviate traffic issues at the high school, he helped spearhead the installation of traffic signals and cutouts as well. He was instrumental in reimagining the city and school district joint use agreement, which paved the way for the IRC skate park and sports field improvements. And that reminds me, Senator, we still need your help engaging Pasadena regarding Hahamanga. I'll be in touch. At the state level, he's been an amazing advocate for education, be it helping increase base funding level for the funding formula for all schools, including La Cañada. He's demonstrating strong advocacy for the needs of students, including increased focus and funding for special ed. He's helping mitigate the impact of state budget issues, especially on education, and championing relevant legislation such as the Late Start Initiative. On a personal level, I've observed him in numerous public events. He's committed to being visible and accessible. And for me, he's always been that, often in the moment, not just for listening, but for driving meaningful impact and not just lip service, whether it's via phone, text, or in person. Even recently, he initiated conference calls for us with members of the State Ed Board, Senate Budget Office, and Governor's Office so they could hear firsthand our local concerns. He's using his relationship and years experience to get meaningful things done at the state and local level. I've learned a lot during my almost 3 years in public office and recognize how hard it is to please everyone. And I've admired how he sticks to his belief, always trying to do the right thing. I respect him a ton, and I'm honored to call him a friend. That concludes my report and my introduction to Senator Portantino. And with that, Senator, take it away.
Thank you, Joe. Feelings are mutual. The check will be in your mailbox tomorrow for that wonderful introduction. I don't know how big our audience is given what else is on television, but I think Joe and I, we wanted to conspire to give people an alternative tonight of something of substance to watch. So that's why we picked tonight. So thanks for letting me come talk to you. And I look at it as a partnership, whether it's with you or Kiteser or my good friend Andrew, who I knew in the first grade with my daughter Sophia. You know, Brent has stopped me, and Wendy has stopped me, and Kiteser, and Mr. Jeffrey sent me an email the other day on a piece of legislation unrelated to schools. And you know, to me, the open conversation and the dialogue is important, so we can all do good things together. And Joe is right. We often trade texts in the middle of votes sometimes, in the middle of things coming out, when I hear things to get a take, or you know, when Wendy gets a report like today, you know, Joe will text me and we'll see what we can do to help the La Cañada School District and the school districts throughout my district. It's frankly what I tell my colleagues. I look at my 18 communities as the education communities. I think there's 20 unified school districts that cover parts of my district. There's 5 community colleges that cover my district. There's 11 private nonprofit colleges, 4-year universities in my district. The Claremont colleges, to Caltech, to Woodbury. And so I really believe in my heart of hearts that this is the education-centric Senate district for the state of California. And whether that's Duarte or La Cañada, or even the parts of my district in the LA Unified. It's about families who want to make sure their kids get an education. So thanks for letting me come talk tonight. I think one of the biggest takeaways, obviously, these are extraordinary times with COVID. And, as you know, Bella was a senior last year and, as a freshman this year. And we've had to deal with many of the issues as, the locking out of families, we were dealing with it as well, and did the drive-by graduation and lots of tests at our kitchen table online. And so we've, as a family, have faced those same issues. The biggest thing that we felt good about this year was, given the loss of $50 billion in revenue, given the crunch on the state budget, being able to keep ADA and enrollment financial figures flat. It was our job to try to create some stability in the state budget process for districts like La Cañada, small districts that have planned on a certain amount of money to try to keep revenue flat. Now, it was controversial because some districts had declining enrollment and some districts had increasing enrollment. We just said, you know what, we're going to keep it as fair as we could for everybody. And so I know you all know the numbers, but for folks at home, that was $98.8 billion directly for K-12 that happened. The apportionments were all, pretty much the same. There was a learning loss in the mitigation fund of one-time investment of $5.3 billion. 4.4 billion of it was federal corona relief funds. It's another thing that the Senate put in the budget, is we really leveraged the federal dollars to try to bring stability to our school districts. The budget also redirected $2.3 billion for CalSTRS and CalPERS for long-term unfunded liabilities to try to reduce employer contributions into the pension. And I know that's something that not just La Cañada, but the whole Five Star Coalition advocates for, to have more state help. And so we tried to the best that we could. Remember, we had an estimated $50 billion less in revenue. The good news is we had a $20 billion rainy day fund that over the past decade, we've put money aside for an extraordinary time like this. There was an emergency relief package of $1.6 billion, again, to try to help schools offset some of the costs with COVID. I know that the big issue right now is testing. And, the governor, I'll get to that in a second. Let me go through the bills and then I'll do a whole thing on testing. There's a couple pieces of legislation that you should be aware of this year. The ethnic studies bill, I don't think the governor took action on that today, which means he has one more day, unless one of you saw it. I forgot to check just before, but there's one more day for the governor to sign or veto bills, and that bill had not been determined yet. So the ethnic studies bill, the implementation has been delayed, and there's been flexibility for local school districts to create. You can either adopt the ethnic studies curriculum that the state's going to create, or you can create your own board-approved ethnic studies curriculum. So it gives communities some flexibility. In particular, if you think about Glendale wanting to make sure that the Armenian genocide is properly taught, La Cañada also, has talked about that issue as well. Creating some local control on ethnic studies seemed like a prudent measure. The other thing you should look at is AB 1835, the Weber bill, which seeks to bring some accountability to the local control funding formula. I don't know if you've run the impact of how that's going to affect La Cañada. I don't think it'll be significant because you don't get a lot of supplemental and concentration grant dollars. So it's probably a negligible effect, but you should look at it anyway. There was also a retroactive bill on high school diplomas. The one that I really want you guys to look at is AB 841, which would create a fund to help pay for HVAC systems and some energy efficiency. And I know with the big dig across the street, that's something that's very important. So if the governor tomorrow signs AB 841, we need to get in line quickly for those dollars as applicable. And they're supposed to be, one of the criteria is actual air quality. And so obviously with the high school close to a freeway and across the street from the big dig, we may qualify for some of those dollars. So something to look at. The Senate also created an economic development working group, and that is something on the governor's desk right now. The idea was to try to get as many dollars into programs that yield jobs. So accelerating transportation funds and different public works projects that are out there, trying to get them in the pipeline, and then also creating a fund to do some creative economic stimulus for small businesses and some stabilization on rents as well, which is also, the more we can stabilize the economy, the more that ripple effects for everybody. The more people have stability in their work, the more they have a stable environment at home. As far as the governor's announcement, he just released in August an expansion of testing capacities to an additional 150,000 per day. This is COVID testing. This expansion would increase the state-related testing capacity to 300,000 a day, and the plan is for increased capacity to take effect early in November and continue to increase that capacity. And a big focus is to apply it to schools. Now, I say that with not seeing the detailed implementation of that, but that is the intention, is to try to help schools offset testing needs. In addition to increasing the statewide testing, the state entities like the California Health and Human Service Department and the Department of Education are continuing to work with local education agencies on identifying all kinds of roadblocks. Now, for folks at home, we had this discussion at the 5-Star Coalition, and one of the benefits of 5-Star is there's a pediatrician from South Pass who's a board member, and she wrote a very detailed memo on some of the testing concerns that small districts have. I've already forwarded her memo to the governor's office as well as to the Senate Budget Office, so we can start addressing some of the concerns. Obviously, stability of testing across school districts, cost of testing, reliability of testing, and then the contact tracing aspect of it. As Joe reminds me constantly, the more these things are consistent from district to district, the better and more efficient you all can do with your job of making sure our schools open up safely. Like Wendy brought up in the beginning, that announcement from the county today was good news. Obviously, we have to navigate the system as well, and it's great to see that the school district is all over that. I'm going to continue to work with La Cañada and 5-Star on trying to get these issues at the forefront. I mean, we are challenged in a sense that it's no secret, and I know board members lament it all the time. You know, LA Unified gets a lot of the focus and a lot of the attention, and oftentimes the small districts are not on the front burner, and it's my job to articulate those concerns. And Joe is right. Sometimes I, rather than play telephone with the information, I'll just say to the governor's office, please get on this call so you can hear firsthand. And oftentimes they walk away going, you know what, we hadn't thought of it that way, or you know, that needs further refinement. So the dialogue during this time is very, very important. Another topic I want to talk about, and I know La Cañada with the Wellness Center is well aware of the impact on mental health issues that that COVID is having on all of us. We did a town hall with 4 family therapists, and we took 25 questions from the public on how to deal with family issues during the time of COVID. It's a 2-hour town hall, but the beauty of on my website, you can actually read the question and click on it and go directly to the discussion, so you don't have to listen to the whole 2 hours. So I encourage people out there who want to hear, you know, maybe look on my state website and go to the mental health town hall and, you know, read through the 24, 25 questions and see if there's anything that your family's dealing with, and you can hear a perspective from some therapists. So we tried to make it an efficient tool for people to use. And, you know, something as simple as a divorced family dealing with sharing custody during times of you know, social distancing, and how to do that and how to create, you know, safe bubbles. I mean, I hadn't even thought of that question, and somebody brought it up, and so we had a therapist. We had somebody else who specialized in special needs children and bringing therapy to special needs children and dealing with some of the issues with our special needs population during these extraordinary times. So, you know, that's basically, you know, the focus that I have as your senator is I try to be that voice of how is this going to affect average families, and then having a relationship with superintendents and school board members where we can continue to have the dialogue. I'm not going away for the next, 4+ years. And, fortunately and unfortunately, we're going to have a lot more conversations than if everything was just on autopilot and we were all, back in the surplus days. We had big plans back in January of expanding programs. I was working on a whole dyslexic program with the governor's office on doing dyslexic screening in first grade. And, all those plans got tabled when COVID happened. But let's hope we can get some stability in public education and continue to work on these issues. The budget's going to be a challenge. I probably shouldn't say this, but revenue is actually outpacing projections. So there's a little bit of extra money, but I've been cautioned to encourage all of you to budget as conservatively as possible. I tell everybody, plan for the worst, but hope for the best. But with people going back, the projections are going to be tweaked. Typically, the governor in January issues a very, very conservative budget, and then between January and May, it's revised. Last year, that was the good news, is the legislature worked in concert, the Assembly and the Senate worked together, and we brought the governor to our budget architecture, and it was able to, he wanted to do very significant cuts to public education in January, and we were able to convince him to go with the architecture that we crafted, which was a rarity. During the Great Recession, the two houses did not work well together, and this year they did, and it was effective because by us putting a united legislative plan on the table, it forced the governor to embrace it versus two houses squabbling, and then the governor took the initiative, which is what happened back during the Great Recession. So with that, I don't know if you have any questions, Joe, or any follow-up, but please, all of I'm available, and these are ongoing conversations. The testing and the responsibility for the testing and the financing of the testing and the contact tracing, I know is going to be a significant hit. And, I am pleading with both the governor's office and the budget committee to make sure that there's a doable plan for small districts.
Well, respecting your time, I think, thank you, Senator. And from my vantage point, yeah, if you get can glean any information at the federal level on the testing, because that's going to move fast and furious possibly. If you can keep us posted on what that might mean. I know they call them the rapid testing scenarios, and that might offer a tremendous amount of benefit for districts like ourselves. Especially, I think it's free, but it's about the distribution of it, the prioritization of it, and things like that.
And you're right, because the test is just a snapshot in time.
Right.
And so the bigger the lag between the testing, the more unsafe the situation is. And I think everybody's united. They want people to get back to school and back to work. We have to do it in a way that doesn't create a second wave. And that's the challenge for all of us.
Well,
Thank you,
any
Anthony,
questions
for
real
your
quick
work.
Go ahead, Kiteser.
No, I was just thanking Anthony. It's great to see you. My best to Ellen and the whole family. And thank you so much for your efforts on behalf of our district and our community.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, on behalf of the board, thank you for your ongoing partnership and insights, Anthony. Know you're always welcome here. Please don't hesitate to join. Love to have you. And there's one point you brought up that I wanted to clarify to the community too, that you mentioned this really important thing about 5-star. And I just wanted to, I think everybody knows what that means. We talk about it all the time, but 5-star is a coalition of adjacent school districts here in Anthony's area. And that includes Glendale, Pasadena, South Pass, Burbank, and us. It's kind of a best practice sharing group, but we're even trying to move it to more than just best practice sharing. Are there synergies that we can look and ways to work together on things and present a common voice? And I've seen that in action where the superintendents and leaders have gotten together to package up their opinions and escalate that up through channels like Anthony. So it's really been interesting and rewarding to participate in that. So.
And, and then I'll run, what's good news about 5-star is because it has 3 relatively large school districts and 2 smaller school districts and ethnically diverse districts, it really when I put the governor's office on the phone with the coalition, it really gives them a snapshot of California. And so when Five Star speaks with one voice and all of the concerns are consistent between large and small districts, they really do take it seriously. And so I know for local governments and local school districts, people always say, well, why do you participate in these regional issues? Shouldn't you be focusing on local issues? This really allows you to have a bigger voice and a stronger voice by coordinating it with the other four districts. So I think it's a very productive group of schools. So it really works.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for that. Wendy, I see you took yourself off mute. You have something to say?
I just wanted to say thank you. It's always nice to see you, and we appreciate all that you do for, all of your constituents, but you have a special place in our heart. So thank you for everything, Anthony.
Thanks, Wendy. Thanks for having me. You guys be well, be safe. You have the toughest job out there. I wish you well. And AJ, always good to see you.
Thanks, Anthony.
Everybody. Bye-bye.
That was great. I'll try to see if we can get him more often. It's great. Okay, so moving into our next agenda report. It's now 7D, Associate Superintendent of Business and Admin Services. Mr. Evans, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. And I do want to say the budget we built off the May revise was quite bleak, but what the legislature passed and what we're living in now has made this year doable. I mean, it's still a challenge, but there's no way we could have faced it without the work of the legislature. So thank you to Senator Portantino. I just want to update you on a couple of items. There are a couple of forms on the unaudited actuals. I've been working with the county office to do some technical corrections on the asset and the debt forms, and it's just kind of correlating things to the older audit, which is what they want to be the standard versus trying to project the newer audit. So I'll make those. They don't require board approval, but I'll update those and post them on the website. So just wanted to kind of share that information with you. And also wanted to kind of let you know our food services program is going full force. We're serving over 300 meals a day to families, and then they get to take a breakfast along with them too. It's free to all children under 18 because the USDA has provided that benefit for the summer serving option, they call it. That'll go through December 31st, 2020. So it's at the high school cafeteria and served between the hours of 10:30 and noon. So if families want to take advantage, please do. It's been a very successful and well-received program. So just want to give you an update on those couple of things. Thanks.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mark. Okay, our student rep report. Mr. Lee, floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'll start off with the elementary schools. The LCE Spirit Week is scheduled for October 5th through 9th with fun activities for the students to do at home. And the PTAs are doing a great job keeping things fun for students, including an art pickup last week at PCY. So as the superintendent mentioned, the elementary schools have started to let special education students begin coming to campus for assessments. The check-in, sanitation, and social distancing protocols are all being followed, and the staff are very excited and happy to see the students in person for these assessments. Across the board, all three elementary schools report students are getting better at the virtual learning environment, and teachers have noticed more consistent effort in learning. At the same time, students and families are eager to get back on campus to see friends and teachers. Many feel that the proposed reopening schedule for elementary is positive, as it's a more consistent schedule than the current format, especially on Fridays. So moving on to LCHS, one fun thing that's happening on campus is a blood drive competition. LCHS is competing with other schools such as Maranatha, South Pasadena, and Pasadena to see who can donate the most blood at Huntington Hospital. All members of the La Cañada High School community are encouraged to participate, and this competition will end on Friday. So the item that I'm most excited to report today or this evening is the Paper.co's tutoring service that the district started this school year. According to our data, there has not been very much engagement yet. Only 50 out of the 2,000 and change students in 7, 8, and 9, 12 have used it, and that's as of yesterday. However, last night I went on it to try it out, and from my personal experience, it was very helpful. I needed help with the poetry analysis for AP Literature. The tutor from Paper was very prompt with her responses, didn't give me the answer straight away, and was very nice. So, in my opinion, whatever the district is paying for this service, it's definitely worth it. And I would renew it even for a regular year that's not virtual learning. And I'd encourage parents to make sure that their kids are aware of this service, because not many are. Not all of the kids read the announcements. So any parents listening, I would encourage you to let your students know about this service, because it was so helpful for me. I also know that there was one concern when the district was discussing this service, and that was the concern that this service would be replacing the teacher's instructional ability or availability. I don't see this as an issue, because the great part about paper is it's 24/7. It's 24/7 availability, whereas teacher office hours and email inboxes are not always available at a moment's notice. And finally, as the senator mentioned, mental health has been a big issue, especially this year when everyone is at home. The Care Solace 24/7 mental health concierge is now available to district students, staff, and families. And this is just adding on to all of the different resources at the Virtual Wellness Center, which has their own brand new website, and it's very easy to use for the students. And it was announced or teachers were encouraged to announce it in their classes. And that will conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. And I just wanted to build on that, a couple of your points. And I think there's an opportunity, maybe I'm speaking to Wendy and the team, to really step on the pedal around promoting paper. I have seen, as I observed some of the Facebook feedback, there's already some families raising concerns on tutoring needs in certain subjects that are a little harder in distance learning than others. And even our own households kind of come across that a little bit. And there's still requests out there that we see every year. Who knows any tutoring service for these types of classes? Who knows? And so there's still calls to action around that before they even really know about a paper. And I know it's early and we just really started to ramp up, but let's get that word out. I'm not sure how we do it, and maybe pair that up with the wellness and the careness and the wellness virtual site to really push that even further. But I see the need, but I also see the disconnect that families aren't really knowing, parents don't really know what's available.
Thank you, Ben. That was a really good report.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's move on to item 8, review of the agenda. Do I have anybody that wants to discuss or raise any kind of changes to the agenda sequence and order for tonight? I see some no's. Okay. Dan, I can't see you, but I'll assume that we're okay. All right, then we're going to move on then. And this takes us to number 9, opportunity for the public to address the board on non-agendized items. I just took a quick look. Jamie, if you could take us through. I do see we have 2 or 3 at least.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll turn it over
Correct.
to you to take us through those.
All right, let me get that prepped. Just putting on a filter so I don't miss anything. All right. Let me share my screen and then we'll be ready to go. All right, our first comment comes from Christy Tang, community member, and they write, LC Alumni for Anti-Racist Education invites all community members to attend our historical team's presentation of its preliminary research findings tomorrow night, Wednesday, September 30th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Awareness of La Cañada's history of race relations since its founding is crucial to understanding the current conversations about diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Whether you support or oppose LCUSD's continued work with DEI, this event will be a welcoming and enriching opportunity to understand the motivations of many LCUSD community members who advocate for anti-racist education. All LC community members, past, present, are invited, and you can RSVP here. And they have a link. I'll try to post that somewhere. I'll talk with Kim about the best place so people can access that link.
Yeah, that's great. I think thanks, because I was concerned that that link wouldn't be able to be here long enough for them to grab it. So if you could find somewhere to put it,
yeah,
that'd be great.
Our next comment comes from Lori Moody, community member, and they write, sorry, I just have to make it so I can view this correctly. There we go. The fencing now under construction at the high school is a disaster. First, for contrast, an update for the board. This comment was submitted by Mr. Haxton over the weekend with photos, and we don't currently have the practice of sharing media along with comments, but I'll make sure those are available to everyone. So he points out something specifically about a fence at the elementary school. Notice the top of the fence is spiky, and notice that it's custom fit to the slope of the ground, making for an attractive undulating fence. Take a looking at the fence being constructed at the high school. The top of this fence isn't spiky, but it is instead a smooth horizontal bar. And this fence isn't custom fit to the slope of the ground, but instead consists of stepped pre-assembled panels. Why do I call the high school fence a disaster? First, safety. The fence is intended to keep the students safe and staff The fence is intended to keep the students and staff safe inside, yet the smooth top of the fence makes it easy to climb. This same smooth top of the fence is around the high school's football field and track, and during the pandemic, that fence has been climbed frequently by hundreds of people, young and old. The district security consultant, Peter Crabb, said that most important attribute of a security fence isn't its height, but its design, in particular the top of the fence, yet you chose a smooth top for the school fence. And there's a second part for this. Let me just make sure. Oh, I'm sorry, it just continued. I missed a part of it. There we go. Oh no, looks like maybe, sorry, my view is making it a little hard to see. Hold on one second.
Yeah, it looks like it's a separate comment.
Separate comment, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, the first one came from David Haxton and the second one comes from Lori Moody, for clarification. Okay, so the third comment on same topic. What makes this fence unsafe is the large gaps at the bottom of the fence where it is stepped, gaps large enough for an assault rifle to be slid under. The high school fence isn't just unsafe, it's also ugly. It looks like a do-it-yourself project from Home Depot. There's no uniformity with the panel widths or the post top heights. And instead of being black, which your architectural consultant, Mr. Pierre, told you was the best color for the fence to blend in, you've made it gray. This ugly fence is in a prominent location on Grove Drive by the band room where thousands of cars pass by each weekday. The high school's unique 1960s architecture is debased by this fence. At the April school board meeting, when you approved this fence, my husband urged you not to rush into doing this fence construction this summer, but to wait until you first put together a fencing plan for the entire campus. But you didn't listen, so now the high school is stuck with an easily climbed, ugly fence. In a word, a disaster.
I'm not sure if any other
Those were our
comments, but
three
if you could make sure.
non-agendized comments.
Yeah, okay, thank you. But related to these two, I know we don't normally engage, but can you just make sure those photos do get to us? I think I saw one version of it, but make sure I have all those assets, and maybe there's a way, we can have a conversation on this in the appropriate time. It would be good. I know there's been a lot of summer projects that have happened at the high school. The roundabout in the back, the drop off, there's several things moving. It might be good to to get an update on all of that, maybe to include this. So we'd have a discussion. That work? I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think also as some of the fencing went in at the elementaries, we made adjustments as things came up. So I'm sure there's still a lot of finalizing to be done with those.
Okay, very good. Okay, so no other non-agendized items? I thought there might have been one more that looked incorrect. In terms of looked like it wasn't agendized items, but I didn't know that it was. Can you before we move off of this?
Oh, sure. Let me double check. Yeah.
The very last one that was submitted was claimed to be agendized. Is it? About ethnic studies, but it's tied to the learning continuity plan.
Oh, correct. Yeah, let me read this one because you're right. This one doesn't match the topic. So this one was submitted by an anonymous community member. And the question is, how does the district plan to implement ethnic studies? What ethnic groups will it focus on? Who will guide the curriculum changes? Is this something the DEI consultant will assist with if the governor signs this?
I don't know. Any comments? I don't think we know all the information in terms of what's going to come down on this, correct? And what flexibility we'll have to establish our own curriculum.
Just for point of clarification, because we're really not to respond to the unagendized items, but the curriculum or whatever's put forth by the governor, we will obviously review it, but we've also been in process with reviewing an ethnic studies course that was recently adopted by South Pasadena Unified School District. And as a like school district, they have been exceedingly happy with their course. They've lodged it as a 9th grade English class and covered all of the required topics. So Anna East is engaged with the high school administration, who is also working with, potentially the English department or any other departments who might be interested in an initial review. So we are on top of it, but that's just one option that we're looking at.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for taking that a little farther for us. Okay, so now we're going to move into, I think right into 11, if I have that correct, into second read items, right? And this will be the learning continuity plan. Did I skip over 10? Nothing in 10, correct?
No, you got it, Joe.
Okay, so let's move into second read items, the LCUSD learning continuity plan, and this is Wendy and Karen. Wendy Sinet and Karen Hurley.
Thanks. So Karen, I thought I'd introduce it and then you could answer any questions or explain any changes that warrant the board's attention. Okay, based on the last meeting. Does that work? Okay. So, I mean, this is just the general cover sheet intro item. Please be aware that this is a second read item. We're recommending that the board pass it tonight because it's due to the county, I believe, tomorrow. The learning continuity plan memorializes the planning processes for the 2021 school year, and it includes descriptions of a variety of things that the LEA is dealing with. For example, I'll just mention a few: how we offer classroom-based instruction, how we're providing continuity of instruction and ensuring full curriculum regardless of the method of delivery, i.e. virtual or in person, how we're addressing any gaps in learning, how we're conducting meaningful stakeholder engagement. Then if you put your eye towards the cover sheet, all of the requirements are listed. Per governing board request, minor revisions to the plan were made since the first read presentation. I'd like to thank Karen for her tireless work on this plan. I think it's very robust and very well done. I also like to thank the leadership team and all of the community for their input in creating this plan under relatively short notice. We have it this year in lieu of the local control and accountability plan. But Karen's here to answer any questions regarding the LCP. And then again, as I said previously, it's recommended that the governing board vote to adopt the learning continuity plan.
So thank you, Wendy, board members, cabinet. So like you mentioned, Wendy, this plan is due to the Los Angeles County Office of Education tomorrow, September 30th. And once this plan is adopted this evening, we have 5 days to submit it to LACO, which is the Los Angeles County Office of Education. So as you mentioned, I just wanted to make note of a few minor changes to our plan. And these were made according to more recent feedback that we received from LACO, the Los Angeles County Office of Education. So while this plan addresses the needs of all students, the plan also calls out the need to show increased or improved services for our unduplicated pupils. And unduplicated pupils includes our English learners, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and our foster youth. So unlike the LCAP, the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan provides districts with a unique way to call out actions for meeting the needs of other groups of students. So for example, homeless youth, special education students. But that being said, we need to make sure that we are showing that the actions are called out as contributing and aligned to the local control funding formula, or LCFF requirements, so that which are to provide increased or improved services to our unduplicated pupils. So I've made a few minor changes, page 20, 21, 24, and 28. I did check that, yes, the action was contributing. Actually, the first two on page 20, I accidentally did not choose yes or no. So I've gone in and corrected them that they are showing an increased or improving services for our unduplicated pupils. And then the remaining ones with, when I followed up with LACO, because again, we had a couple that were for special education students, et cetera. Now, while we have some students who may be English learners in special education, because it's an overall program for special education, it's not considered increasing or improving the needs of our unduplicated pupils. Again, this plan, we wanted to make sure we put actions in for all pupils, but this, the actions really, the contributing section really has to do with our unduplicated pupils. And then I also wanted to remind the board that that the 7-12 schedules that will be adopted this evening will be added to the learning continuity and attendance plan prior to submitting it to the Los Angeles County Office of Education.
And just to confirm, right, like we said last time, that doesn't hold us to making changes to that, whatever we submit, right? We can take, it's not a dynamic plan per se once we send it in, but we reserve the right to make changes as we learn more or take an iterative approach to refining some things.
Correct. I mean, the state really, this was a way to make sure all districts were memorializing their planning process and that they were planning for their students. Once this is adopted, we post it on our website. We are going to translate it into Korean and Mandarin. We will post it, but as we go along with this plan, if we need to make some updates or we realize things aren't working, we can update our plan without formally updating it or correcting it in the document, but we can make the changes. And again, I think, some of it might apply to our reopening plan. We may be able to add the changes there, but this document is going to live the way it is once we adopt it, but we can make changes moving forward.
Karen, quick question. You mentioned some or you're going to make the plan available in different languages. Is there any other group that's asking for another language?
No, we are required. So if we have 15% of students who speak a specific language, we are required to translate the document. We do not meet that 15% threshold. However, our two highest languages spoken in the district are Korean first and then Mandarin. We're at about 7.8%, 8% Korean and 3.55, roughly 4% Mandarin. So we have started translating many of our documents into both of those two languages. Sorry.
Thank you for the clarification. It would be interesting to see if there were other members that might be interested in a translation.
Okay, so
I have a
question more. Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. My first question is about the section on learning loss. And by the way, these questions they stem from the plan, but I think in some ways they might go beyond the plan. So I'm not suggesting these things need to be in the plan. I'm just curious. What have we learned so far from the diagnostic tests that are described in the plan? Did we identify learning loss in between when school distance learning began in March and whenever those diagnostics tests were given, presumably in the first couple of weeks of school this year?
So maybe Ani's can help me, but I know that Jim Cartnell at the high school has sent to us his report that the teachers gave the diagnostics and have analyzed the data and have come up with plans. So I have a full report for that. And then at the elementary levels, teachers have also analyzed the data, but I have not seen that yet. Principals have that. So as far as being specific, Andrew, I can't say I can be specific right now, but they've definitely analyzed the data. Sorry, Anais, go ahead.
Yeah. So Andrew, we have received both the math and the ELA from the high school. They have done a thorough analysis of their test results, and elementary are still recording their final analysis and their action plans of how they're going to fill those gaps. I haven't seen the final version of the elementaries, but I have seen both the math and the English from high school. And it looked like for the math, the regular college prep courses identified specific standards that were lacking, but the advanced, the LC Math 1 Advanced, the 2 Advanced, students seem to be doing fairly well, coming in with no gaps, which was quite impressive that even during those times, kids have really kept up and have not experienced any loss. Similar results were seen in, like, for example, English 2 honors. They had very little learning loss, whereas they noticed some things were lacking in the English 2 class. So we will be putting more effort towards our college prep courses and continuing with the same rigor with our AP courses and our advanced math courses to make sure all students are where they need to be. And then if I have more information later, when I have more information later from the elementaries, I will share them with you.
Great. That's very helpful. Thank you. My other, it's not even really a question, it's just a comment, but it's related to that, which is, I think the report does a nice job of identifying all the many investments that are being made to stem learning loss and to evaluate whether it exists, where it exists, and how to close the gap, and all the different services that are being dedicated to addressing the continuity of learning during this really difficult time. What it doesn't do, and I don't think it's expected that the report will do it. So again, this isn't really a comment about what should or shouldn't be in the report. It's a comment about what I think we should do with this report going forward, is kind of establish a rubric for how we're going to evaluate the effectiveness of all of these investments. Because I think, and Benjamin mentioned it in his student report, and I thought it was a really good point, that there are going to be a host of these interventions that we think are worth persisting beyond the pandemic. Paper being the example he cited, and seems like a very likely candidate for something that would warrant continued investment even beyond the distance learning environment. So again, it's just a comment, but I think whether it's Care Solus or paper or the reading interventions, it would be helpful, I think, as a next step for us to, if it isn't already being done, just decide what kind of markers and benchmarks we're looking for when we're making these investments that tell us, yes, this is working, so we should continue it, or no, it's not working, and we should discontinue it and find some other approach.
Yes. So we have Dreambox. I've already spoken with elementary principals. The Dreambox, MobiMax, we track the data very closely for our students. We'll, I'm sure, definitely look at paper and Care Solus to see what the usage is and come up with some sort of way to evaluate its effectiveness. Thanks, Andrew. Good ideas.
Yeah. Very good. Other discussion? My comments are probably consistent with the last, is that it's been very impressive, the stakeholders you engaged with along the way. I personally participated in one of the feedback sessions and saw the thoroughness of the public engagement and going section page by page with everything from small grammar to big concepts that they wanted to work on. And so I feel like it's got a pretty thorough vetting from different angles. And this is our second read. So that's being so close to it. I'm personally comfortable. I know we have to insert the actual schedule. That's probably what most people are looking at, but not to be lost is how much thoroughness has gone into everything else around it. And that it replaces, like we said last time, the LCAP. Now, it was interesting feedback that, this was supposed to save work from the LCAP also. And I think at 5-star, Wendy, we heard that there was some question is like, they said they were going to replace LCAP for a while to give us some relief, but in actuality, they gave us this, which was a lot of work as well. And that hopefully in the future, and that was passed to Portantino, right? That if they are trying to do us a service to reduce red tape so we can focus on the problems at hand, this really didn't deliver, but you guys did deliver in terms of what they asked for. So, but I know it was a lot of work, and thank you for your efforts. Well, then, if there's no more comments, I know we want to see if there's any public agendized feedback on this particular item. Jamie, can you take a peek? That's a no?
Yeah, that's a no. We're clear on comments.
All right. Well, then I'm going to, do we have a motion to approve the plan subject to the insertion of the 7-12 schedules?
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Keitzer. Okay, board, all in favor of approving the plan? Awesome work. Thank you for your attention, effort, and all this.
Karen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Okay. Now you just have to find out what Karen can do with all that free time now, Wendy, right? I know she's working on PPP and everything else that's important, but I know that took a lot of work the last month, so. Okay, so now we are moving into items, make sure I have this right, into the public hearing related to the draft initial study and mitigated negative declaration for the Palmcrest Elementary School Modernization Project. Mark, I have your language here. And before we officially open the public hearing, what I see here is that there's a staff report potentially that Mark and Harold would like to, you would like to provide a brief summary of the sequence of events and some other information before we officially open the public hearing.
Yes, I think Harold Pierre, our program manager, is here. We have Margaret Partridge, Betsy Lindsay from Ultra Systems, who were the consultants, and some other staff members, as well as some of their consultants who helped put together the CEQA. And we'll have them do a little bit of a presentation, and then we can address any of the public comments, and the staff members who worked on those comments can address those. The board can discuss them. When we finish the comments, you can continue the discussion or take it over to the action item to decide when you make the resolution, accept the resolution or not. So if that format works for the hearing, then what I'll do is I'll pass it over to Harold, and we'll have him begin the introduction and the process, and then we'll go into more detail on the breadth of the studies with Ultra Systems.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, members of the board and cabinet, and community members who may be joining us tonight. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Harold Pierre. I'm the program manager on the Measure LCF bond program. In that capacity, I help the district plan and execute the bond program. Tonight, we're here to discuss the CEQA process for the Palmcrest Modernization Project. I will brief you on the sequence of events leading us to tonight's public hearing. We also have with us tonight a representative from Ultra Systems who conducted the environmental studies and prepared the CEQA documents. They will provide us an overview of the process and a summary of the findings. They will also be available to respond to any questions that you may have related to the CEQA process. The district has completed an initial study and mitigated negative declaration, all in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA for short, for the Palmcrest Elementary School project. The findings of the CEQA evaluations are reflected in the initial study and the mitigated negative declaration. The report concludes that after implementation of mitigation measures, no significant unavoidable environmental effects would occur as a result of the proposed project, and those potentially significant impacts found would be mitigated to a less than significant level. The mitigation measures are included in an exhibit to the board resolution that's included in tonight's agenda. The draft mitigated negative declaration and all documents referenced were made available for public review at the district office and on the district's website. The documents and notices were filed with the State Clearinghouse electronically on July 2nd, 2020. The State Clearinghouse was sent copies of the report, and copies of the reports were sent to several agencies, both federal and state. These are primarily agencies that potentially may be affected by the project. In addition to the agencies that the State Clearinghouse sent the documents to, the Ultra Systems also sent documents to several agencies, mostly local agencies, to include the City of La Cañada, South Coast Air Quality Management District, the County of Los Angeles. There are various departments within the County of Los Angeles to which the documents were sent. The Lenterman House, Southern California Edison, and the La Cañada Irrigation District. The notice of intent that the documents were available was mailed to residents and property owners living within 500 feet of the project. We started the 30-day review period on July 1 and ended the review period on August 3rd. We received 9 comments letters during the comment period. The comments, we believe, did not require substantial changes to the initial study and mitigated negative declaration or in the project. And no significant effects were identified that could not be reduced to a level less than significant after the mitigation. Mitigation measures, however, were added to the mitigation monitoring and reporting program that you have as part of the resolution. And a response to comment document was prepared and made available to the public. That document was posted on the district website on 9/22. Emails were sent to those who submitted comments that the response to comment document was posted on the district website and would be available for them to review. This public hearing tonight is to take public testimony, including adoption of the draft initial study and mitigated negative declaration. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Margaret Partridge, who will talk about the CEQA process and talk about give a summary of the findings. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Margaret Partridge, and I'm the Senior Project Manager with Ultra Systems Environmental. We are the firm that prepared the environmental analysis for the proposed Palm Crest Elementary School modernization project. The document, the ISMND, was prepared in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. And essentially, the school district, La Cañada Unified School District, is the lead agency under CEQA. And so we prepared the document for the district. And the district proposes the construction of one new 2-story, approximately 23,000 square foot classroom building, along with the renovation of 18 classrooms, conversion of 1 classroom building to 4 specialty classrooms, demolition of the old district office, removal of trees for construction of a new upper parking lot, alteration and improvement to the existing drop-off area, as well as alterations and improvements to the west parking lot. The project also involves the installation of some temporary portable classrooms for students during the project construction phase, as well as construction and of site utilities to the proposed new classroom building, as well as additional improvements to landscaping and walkways. The results of the ISMND are that all of the potential impacts of the project would be able to be mitigated to a level of less than significant, as Mr. Pierre mentioned. And potential significant impacts were found for the areas of aesthetics, biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, noise, transportation, and mandatory findings of significance. After mitigation is implemented, our analysis found there would be less than significant environmental impacts. Harold, is there anything else you need?
Thank you, Margaret. Did you have anything more that you or any of your consultants wanted to share, or do we want to move to public comments?
Betsy, did you have anything at all? I think we're good for now.
Okay. And then who are the consultants you have with you, both working with Ultra Systems and the people? If you could introduce the other attendees.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Betsy Lindsay is called in. She's president of Ultra Systems. Additionally, I have our Michelle Tollett, our staff biologist. I have Dr. Michael Rogozin. He conducted the air quality, greenhouse gas, noise, and transportation analysis. I also have Brian Marchetti. He's from KOA. He did the traffic analysis. And Mr. Tom Tang, who conducted the historical analysis of the old district office.
Okay, thank you. All right. Are there any questions from the board members about the process or anything before we go to the public comments?
Well, I think we need to officially open the public hearing then, Mark, because we didn't
Okay.
really do that, right?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
So do I need to make a motion to do that, just for clarity?
Yeah, go ahead. You can,
Okay,
I
so
think,
let's make a motion to officially open the public hearing portion of this. Do I have a motion? From a board member?
I would
So
move that we
moved.
open.
Okay, so moved. And then Kiter, can I count on you as a second for officially open the public hearing on the adoption of the draft initial study and mitigated negative declaration? Okay.
Yes.
All right, great. So now we have questions from the board or at some point here before we close, we're gonna have to listen to the public. I know there's some public comments. What are some initial thoughts? I know this is a big document. We've been at this for many, many months in terms of the PCR project. And I think many of us, most of us have been reading some of the documents that have been coming in from the government agencies as we've gotten some feedback. But I'll open it up. Anybody want to raise any thoughts around the CEQA process and the findings?
Can I ask a just clarification? So we're in the public hearing now, and we also have an agenda item for this. Is your expectation, Joe, that we will discuss this as a board during the public hearing and then again during the agenda item, or just during one or the other?
I think we're not relegated to doing it any one way. I think we can discuss it here. And correct me if I'm wrong, Wendy and Mark, what your expectations were. We could discuss it inside the public hearing, take the public comments, but then that's the first read. And then we have agenda item for the second read. This is time sensitive. So I think there's an expectation that if we are comfortable, we could adopt the resolution as second read as the other agenda item. Correct, Wendy?
Yeah, I think it doesn't really become a second read item because it's asterisks, so you can address it or adopt it as a first read item, but the public hearing allows for you to ask questions of our experts. It also allows you to be informed by community comment. And then after that process, you would be able to, as a board, fully vet the item for potential adoption or approval. And but I think you could also continue to ask questions of the experts and then engage a second time with public comment because it's an agendized item.
I think, Joe, I'd like to hear public comment if everyone is comfortable with that at this point.
I'm looking for my other board members comfortable going to comments. And
Fine with me.
I don't mind starting with that. Yeah.
Fine.
Let's do that because I think we really need to get to the concerns of the public on this one. Thank you, Jamie.
All right, so we have 4 comments, I believe. So let me make sure this is visible for everyone. Okay, so our first one comes from Laura Verlaque. I hope that pronouncing that correctly. And this person writes, as Executive Director of the Lanterman Historical Museum Foundation, I would like to strongly express our support of the historic Bullock House, also known as Viewpoint. The history of this residence and the families who live there is significant not only to our local community, but to all of Southern California. In particular, the Batchelder tile fireplace and the ornate entrance gates made by Huntington Ironworks should be preserved as reminders of its important history. They should be cared for and put on display for all of the community to appreciate.
Mark, if
And
you could,
because
speak to that a little bit, because I know there's been a lot of work as you started to uncover the historical significance, and you've shared that with us in the past, right? That was something that was of special attention, and that you've been talking about scenarios and even shopping around if there's folks and entities that would be interested in the fireplace in particular.
Yeah, actually, and I've worked with Laura Verlaque from the Lanterman House. She helped me find some experts to assess the mantle, and it's a beautiful piece of tile work from Batchelder. We actually have a proposal from a conservation group, a tile conservation company, to come in and photograph it, disassemble it, and crate it, and then we'll have to figure out where it goes or where it lands as a home, but it'll be preserved until we can figure out that case. I hadn't spoken with her about the Huntington Iron gates, but I think we can certainly look at doing something similar with those and seeing where they could be incorporated in our community. So those are ones that we've been talking about for the last year, just because we knew that the fireplace had a lot of history with Batchelder in particular. So those are what actions we've actually been looking at because we knew we had to front load that if something were to happen with the house.
Other comments or thoughts on that item, on that public comment?
Oh, I was also going to add that we had a local artist from Pasadena who has experience with Batchelder tiles, and she made copies. She made prints of everything and has molds ready. If anybody's super interested to recreate that fireplace.
Okay, all right, next.
Our next comment comes from Eric Van Breen, community member, and they write, the Los Angeles Conservancy disagrees with CRM tech findings in the historic evaluation for Viewpoint, a former resident owned by the Bullock's department store owners on the Palmcrest Elementary campus. The Conservancy believes this rare and intact historical resource is significant for its connection with John G. Bullock, the owner of Bullock's department store, as well as extremely rare residents connected to the early Alta Cañada community. Because of the project's significant adverse impacts to the historic resource, a full environmental impact report is required to fully assess the impacts and possible preservation alternatives. Viewpoint retains sufficient integrity with minimal alterations that include an enclosed front porch with ADA accessible ramp, original windows, half timbering, and an earnest Batchelder design fireplace successfully convey a 1923 neoclassical summer cottage. CEQA requires public agencies to deny approval of a project with significant adverse effects when feasible alternatives or feasible mitigation measures can substantially lessen such effects. The fact that an environmentally superior alternative may be more costly or fails to meet all project objectives does not necessarily render it infeasible under CEQA. Reasonable alternatives must be considered even if they substantially impede the project or are more costly. Likewise, findings of alternative feasibility or infeasibility must be supported by substantial evidence. The Conservancy strongly urges the LCUSD to reevaluate the property and take immediate steps to suspend the current ND process so that the EIR process can be undertaken. The Conservancy welcomes an opportunity to work with the school district to determine how potential preservation alternatives and win-win outcomes can be achieved. LCUSD has the rare opportunity to use a tangible historical resource to physically connect students with their community's history.
Can we ask, Mr. Tang, I think, did the report on that. I was wondering if he would be able to speak to that as well, because I think he did the assessment of the historic evaluation of the property. Is that correct, Margaret?
Yes, we did. Well, first of all, I just want to clarify, excuse me. Yeah, I just want to clarify that our conclusion in our report is not that Viewpoint, also known as the Bullock House, does not have any historical value, but rather the level of significance that we see, in our opinion, does not rise to the level required by CEQA in terms of being a significant historical resource to be preserved. And as you know, the evaluation of a historic building or any cultural resources is almost never black and white. It is always various shades of gray. And in this case, obviously the most salient point about the historic value of the building is the association with John G. Bullock and his wife, Louise Bullock. And our conclusion is that John Bullock certainly was important in Southern California history, but his importance is more that of a local celebrity rather than a person with a long-lasting and far-reaching impact in the long-term development of Southern California history. And also, in terms of the level of association between John Bullock and the building, as you know, the building was the Bullock's retreat for about 8 years until John Bullock died. And of course, Louise Bullock retained the building for nearly 20 more years, well, more than 20 more years, actually. But in terms of the association with the primary person of interest here, John Bullock, the association occurred basically as a retreat where they occasionally lived and entertained their friends over a period of 8 years. And the guidelines for the California Register require a property to be not only just not only just to be marginally associated with a person, but rather it has to illustrate the important contribution this person made to the history. And also the guidelines requires that any property being considered in association with a person or event be measured against other properties with similar association with the same event or person. And the most representative example would be considered significant under that criteria. And in this case, obviously for John G. Bullock, we still have the Bullock department store building on Wilshire that is still there. And of course, we also have the Bullock's full-time residence in LA that are still there. So it is our opinion that those properties are much more closely associated with John G. Bullock and its contributions to history. About the integrity of the building, we are obviously not saying that the building have no integrity whatsoever, but it does have some alterations in front, rather prominent alterations in the front by the main entrance. And all these things taken together, individually, they may not be enough to preclude viewpoint from being eligible for the California Register. But we're talking about 3 different shades of gray. And when we overlap these 3 different shades of gray together, our opinion is that the resulting ultimate shade of gray does not rise to the level required by the criteria for the California Register in terms of the importance of the person and the importance, the significance of the association between the person and the property and the integrity of the building.
Any questions from the board or follow up to that, or we can move on to the next comment otherwise?
Yeah, let's keep going because I think there's related
Go ahead,
comments.
Jamie.
All right. Our next comment comes from James Camp, community member, and they write, I reside 1 block from PCR. My wife and I also have 2 children in the district schools, and we support the district through LCF, where I serve on the board. I am also a real estate attorney. I am here in my individual capacity to address concerns about the proposed demolition of the historic Bullock Summer Residence viewpoint. The information contained in the mitigative negative declaration is seriously misleading. It does not provide the district with the necessary information to make an informed decision on this project. Contrary to the assertions in the district's draft mitigated negative declaration, the structure and its associated outbuilding, including the iron gates and fencing, retain almost all of their distinctive architectural features. Alterations have been minimal. The MND is inappropriate in this context. The historic nature of the property requires a fuller examination of its significance, which should be performed by a recognized historic preservation consultant and contained in at least a limited scope EIR. That analysis will require the district to lay out alternatives that would preserve the buildings and assess their feasibility. An analysis is completely lacking in the current proposal. The preservation and adaptive reuse of this property could serve other purposes as well, including preserving a consistent and harmonious architectural connection to the surrounding residential areas and providing a hands-on learning experience in a property that shows, not just tells, the important part of the history of our city. I urge the board not only to comply with its legal obligations under CEQA, but inform itself about the best options for this property. It is only with this information and guidance that the board can make an informed decision and express its optimal viewpoint.
Joe, can I ask a question of our experts? You know, I'm sure when you do this work, you sort of have industry standards that you look to in terms of determining your, you know, various shades of gray, as you put it. You know, if in like situations where there's a building or something that that's viewed as potentially having an historic nature, what are some of the determinants that you look at to get to your finding?
Yes, the state of California has the California Register of Historical Resources as the official register for everything that is considered historical resource under CEQA. And there are 4 official criteria for a property to be evaluated and to be determined whether it's eligible for listing on the register. And simply put, it's basically association with important events, with important persons, architectural or artistic value, or data potential. And associated with these criteria, there's also specific guidelines on how to use these 4 criteria when evaluating individual properties. And for the state of California, we basically adopted the National Register guidelines with certain modifications. And the standard that we use in this study is based on those 4 criteria and the guidelines adopted by the state of California Historic Preservation Office based on the guidelines that the National Park Service issued for the National Register.
Thank you. I have another question that I wanted to just weigh in on. That used to, the Viewpoint building served as the district offices for a while. And, at the time in the early 2000s, when I was principal at Palmcrest and then at 7-8, we used to visit the district offices frequently. And, there were quite a number of, structural problems. The wear and tear on the building, was significant. And I know that, it's not sort of relevant to its historical significance, but it just seemed like we couldn't function as a district out of that building. Is there any relevance to just the state or the condition that comes under consideration with your findings?
In terms of the structural integrity and so on, those are not issues that will figure into the evaluation of historical significance. And in terms of the conditions, what we consider is the originality of the building in relation to the period of significance. So sometimes, a rundown old building might have more integrity than a brand new looking, fully renovated building.
Does somebody only apply for historical significance under this registry during a CEQA process, or is that a registry that gets added to independently of this act?
The register exists independent of CEQA or the legal compliance process. The register was officially established, and anything that is officially listed in the register is automatically considered a historical resource in the compliance process. And everything that is considered to be eligible for listing is also considered a historical resource.
Are we aware of any effort that has ever been made prior to this project to get this structure listed in that registry?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm sorry.
Kaiser, what was that?
That was my same question, Andrew. Has there ever been an effort?
No, we are not aware of any effort made in the past to have it actually listed on the California Register.
Just one clarification, Mr. Tang. In your opinion, is this building eligible to be listed as a historic structure under California criteria.
That is what we are trying to say in the report. It certainly has historical value to a certain extent, but when you take the level of significance of the person we are looking at, the significance of the association and the integrity, everything added together, our opinion is that it fell short of being eligible for listing in the California Register.
So thank you for that question. So what I'm hearing is that although there are pieces of the building and the history associated with it that are of significance, the building itself is not architecturally significant enough to stand on its own according to the 4 criteria.
That's essentially what we're saying. Yeah, there's important aspect in its history, and there are also component of the building that are considered significant. But overall, as a whole, the house does not rise up to the level to be listed on the California Register.
Okay, so the tiles, extremely significant. The gate, potentially extremely significant, but the house structure isn't unique enough so that it can stand on its own.
That's pretty much, yes.
I mean, I have personal associations with memories of going with my mom to Bullock's a long time ago and doing a shopping trip. Those are personal, qualitative type of associations, but not enough to qualify for the kind of significance that the 4 criteria are talking about.
That's what we were saying, right? It does have certain level of significance, but not quite enough to push it over the hump.
Especially since there's the Bullock's building as well as the residence, the main residence.
That is a big factor because the guideline does say when you consider something to commemorate a person, probably take the most representative example.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we go on to the next comment?
I just think that's the key point as we wrestle this. I know that we have experts to help us with this, and it's like, how do we wrap our head around and make sure that it clearly, that litmus test of rising above, right, those 4 criteria. And so I just need a little more help on that in terms of understanding that piece. But I'm listening very carefully, and I know that we've hired and partnered with experts to understand these pieces. And I know that we have viewed that this is that pieces of it, like Kaiser said, are historically significant, and there's been a lot of discussion on saving those pieces. So the intent is there. I think the key question is the overall structure. Does it rise to the need to save it? And that's where, in my mind, I'm going through the community trade-off, benefit, kids, and the whole thing. So I'm listening very carefully. Let's continue comments unless anybody else wants to weigh in on the board.
Jamie, you're still on mute. There you go.
Yeah, we have one final comment, and this one comes from Michael Morgan, community member, and I believe president of the Crescenta Historical Preservation Society. Am I correct on that, Mark?
I believe so. Crescenta Valley, I believe. Yeah.
Crescenta Valley, thank you. And his comment is, this is regarding the demolition of the Bullock House. I'm going to be quite frank with you. We get it. The old Bullock Summer Retreat doesn't meet the needs for your proposed upgrades. We also understand that La Cañada Flint Ridge has a very poor record of historical preservation. That most school districts will do whatever they want with their properties. But to pretend, as you have done, that the property has no historical value is disingenuous. We appreciate that you are working to at least preserve the fireplace, but please don't insult the community by ignoring the heritage of La Cañada. Acknowledge the historical importance of the structure and proceed from there. But bottom line, our feelings are that you should preserve this house by adaptive reuse and thereby expand the historical reality where we live.
I think the discussion that we're having right now speaks to the value that we're trying to work through. So I don't want to ignore anything. And like I said, I literally have so many wonderful and amazing memories with my mom and my sister and the Bullocks and the architecture and the beauty and the history. I do think that there's extreme relevance to and importance to the neighbors, but there's a way that we can incorporate both the needs of our current community and the current needs of our families that have children attending, and still try and preserve what we can, the integrity of which the space can be used for our current needs, but still try and preserve components of it that harken back to the architecture, the history of La Cañada. So I don't necessarily think we need to lose all of it, even if the building goes, if that makes any sense.
Also, I wanted to mention in that vein, we do have mitigation in the ISMND mitigation measure call 2 on page 4.5-3 and 4.5-4. It states that it's recommended that prior to scheduling its demolition, the district consult with the Langterman House History Center and Archives and the Historical Society of Crescentia Valley to explore the feasibility of salvaging the Bachelor fireplace and the Huntington Ironworks entry gate for long-term preservation. Now, if it comes out to be that no entities come forward to salvage these items, the district should undertake to salvage and store the fireplace mantle and the ironworks entry gate until such a time that an entity is found to permanently maintain them for the public good. So there is mitigation included also to take care of those rather unique features in the house before it's demolished.
And those are underway, actually, as I've said, like I was working with the Lennerman House, and the ironwork we can certainly add to that list of working with them, and the Crescenta Valley Historical Society, I wasn't on my radar, but certainly we can work with them as well. But at this point, we don't have anybody who wants it, but we will preserve it, store it, number it so that it can be reassembled in a future location.
And Mark, looking at the gate to look and see not only the preservation and the potential incorporation, is that even possible?
Absolutely. I was talking with Harold today saying, what are some things we could do with the gates to, have them still be part of the community, either right on the site or even elsewhere.
Okay. And I don't want to date myself too far back, which I am, but I do want to say, piggyback on Wendy's comment. I attended a meeting, an education meeting, I think literally it was in 2000, either 1999 or 2000. This is even before my children were students in the district. They were babies. And I remember walking on that ramp, and I think, Wendy, you'll know what that ramp is. And you weren't even in that meeting. I don't think it was with Jim Stratton was there. Honestly, it was, I felt as though if too many people stepped, we could have stepped through the ramp with a hole and had that gray carpeting cover. So I hear what you're saying about the integrity of some of the internal structures. I don't know how else to explain it. So
I would ask
something, Joe.
Yeah, I was asking my fellow board members, because if you, and it's clear in your minds that it rises above, our objectives rise above the historical significance, if that's the right way to position it. And I know there's these criteria. Is it clear in your mind? I know I know in my heart that we've taken the historical significance into consideration throughout all the discussions I've been part of. So we're not skipping step there, but I just wanted to make sure. I'm not an expert on these criteria. And what we've heard tonight, are you comfortable it's rising above the utility and the benefit of the community, above the historical significance or not? That's the key question for me. And do we need more information or more clarity? And I just wanted to ask my board members where they're at in terms of some of their thoughts. I know, Kaiser, I get a feel for where you are. You've been around a long time on this, and know that if we preserve the fireplace and preserve the gates and do all those pieces that are most important, I know where your head's at, but I'm curious where everybody else is.
I'll just say, I think there's two issues. One is the architectural significance. That's one issue on its own. And then the other issue is that the Bullocks own the house. So I think there's two separate issues. And I think I agree with you, Joe. As a community, we have to weigh the needs of our current students and take into consideration the value of it architecturally and historically. Now, I don't know whether I'm not sure what the timeline is with Mark and Harold. I don't know, if we should take time and try to get another opinion or bring in, I think you mentioned the Lanterman House, but I'm fine with that.
I think the answer is not so much weighing the historical significance versus the project itself. It's the question on whether or not the information we've provided to the board, meaning that the evaluation that is done by Mr. Tang support his conclusion. He's indicated that as part of the evaluation process, he compared the historic nature of the building to the 4 criteria that are set out by the California Historic Preservation Group. And under those 4 criteria, the building does not rise to the level that deemed the building to be a historic structure, meaning that it's not eligible to be registered, and it's not registered. Therefore, under those criteria, the CEQA document and the conclusion drawn from the CEQA document is adequate. And we do not need to do an environmental impact report. That is the essence of our conclusion. And the board is to consider that information and then, of course, consider the information that the community members are presenting and then make a decision accordingly.
If I ask a question, Mr. Tang, can you, and I'm sorry, Dan, I'll get right to you. I know the criteria, if I wrote it down, was the association with events, person, artistic, if I have that nature of any significance, or the data potential. Did I have your 4th?
Yes.
Okay. And is it that it meets none of those? Or is there one of them that does? I'm just curious, can you double back on that? Does all of them get discounted, not rise to, or is there any one that we need to take a closer look at?
That's correct. We use all 4 criteria, and obviously the discussion in our report is focused mainly on the criteria dealing with the important person because of the bullocks, and the other people who own and occupy the building, and everybody was considered. And in terms of the historic events or architectural value and data potential and so on, all these criteria were considered, but there has not been any point that really stand out that require further consideration.
Dan, you have some.
I do. After listening to and reviewing the CEQA report, as well as Mr. Tang's discussion tonight, I think that they have fully considered all of the issues and that the CEQA report is well-founded and based on solid factual research. And I think the other thing that I would point out is that Mr. Evans, early on in the process, when we first started looking at doing any type of work up there, noticed and started documenting the fireplace, Batchelder fireplace, and the significance of it. And that is important in my mind because that is something that is significant. And I think the mitigation measures that are being proposed of storing, cataloging, making it available to historical preservation, and the additional measure of doing the same thing with the ironworks, I think is substantial mitigation. But I think we don't even have to go that far. I think that Mr. Tang's testimony has been clear that it doesn't rise to the level we need to go beyond this. I think that the district is being a good neighbor and a good doing a good job of preserving history to the extent that's reasonable by doing things with the fireplace and the iron. So I fully support the CEQA, and I think it's well-founded and based on a factual basis for it.
Thanks for your thoughts, Dan. Andrew, did you?
I just wanted to say I agree with that, and then I had a question. So that's my conclusion as well. If that's the board's conclusion and the board adopts this resolution to, accept the report, the finding, is that reviewable by any other agency or entity, or is that final?
Harold, what would be the other options after the board approved it or accepted? Are there any other actions that could be taken?
Well, let me, I'm going to try to answer that, and Betsy or Margaret could chime in. once the board adopt the resolution and the essentially the CEQA finding, there is no there's no authority other than the board that will review the documents. But what the community does have, if someone disagree with that determination, then their recourse is to file an action in court. That's really the next step in the process. But typically, the board is the final authority, and going through and documenting the analysis that's done under CEQA, and then adapting the resolution. We are required to file a notice of determination to let everyone know that the district has taken action under the CEQA process. With that, the clock start ticking that allow anyone, if they want to continue the matter further, to take whatever step they deem necessary. But at this point, the board is the final authority for the CEQA process, unless a court finding determine otherwise. Is that correct, Margaret?
Yes, yes, Harold, that is correct. With the filing of the NOD, it limits any sort of recourse to like 30 days, I believe. And if it isn't filed within 5 days, I think it expands it to 180 days. But that's correct. There is no further entity that this would go to besides a courtroom.
Thank you.
And I just have a question, because it always bothers me when a community member sort of levels the charge that somehow we're engaged in sort of a pretend activity. I think our actions and our analysis here are very genuine. But Mr. Tang, if it went to a court and they were to review, their findings in light of yours, they would use the same criteria, I would imagine. And what's the level of sort of personal analysis subjectivity that plays into here, whereby somebody could find differently than you did?
Well, unfortunately, in this field, there's a lot of that going on, because when it comes down to it, this field is an art, not a science, and a lot of facts and standards are up for interpretation, and experts often have different opinions, and that's just unfortunately the way it is.
Yeah, and then to add to this, I believe we've done an extensive due diligence throughout this process to analyze all of the criteria from the CEQA that we're required to evaluate and to make a finding. And where we find that we have significant impact, we came up with mitigation measures to relieve those impacts. So the board has done, or the district has done, its due diligence to comply with the CEQA process. So we didn't take this lightly. As a matter of fact, for a school project, this is a very extensive process that we went through. And I could tell you, this is probably one of the most extensive CEQA studies that I've seen in quite a few years.
Joe, I think I would make one comment about what our role is and whether there's a higher reviewing authority. I think it's our role to review and consider the report. We commission the report, hire the experts. The expert give us their best opinion as to what the significance of various things are. But it is important that we exercise our own independent judgment and analysis of that report and of the underlying facts. And so that's what we're engaging in here. Is it's our own review and analysis of what the experts are presenting to us. And I think it's important to note we're not just saying, oh, they've already done a report, we're good. What we're doing is saying we've looked at the report, we've understood the questions raised in the report, we've understood the questions raised by our community, we've understood all what the issues are, and we believe that the mitigation measures proposed by preserving certain elements are adequate and appropriate. And that's my position on it, that we have engaged in that independent analysis and that we have reviewed, considered the report, and we've reached that conclusion.
Yeah, and furthermore, Dan, and we also know the five of us know the intent is to do the right thing, and that we've been engaged in this for quite a while, and we know that we have taken historical consideration along the way. So we know where, you know, all the things have gone into this, and to your point of hired the experts to help us further analyze everything. So, you know, I hear you. Those are important points.
I just wanted, Jamie, I wanted to make sure there are no other comments that have come in.
Yeah, still just the ones that I've read so far.
Actually, if you guys want to kind of go more into, you close the hearing and go into the.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Mark. I think the time has come that we can close out at 12, right? Which was the actual
hearing,
and then move into the first read asterisk agenda item, which would allow us a path forward to either put a motion forward to approve or not. So I would then make a motion, or can someone make a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Brent. Then I think the hearing related to this project, let me make sure it's phrased right. Public hearing on the adoption of the draft initial study / mitigated negative declaration is closed. Okay. So then we're going to move.
Just to make sure.
Oh, we got to vote too. Thank you, Kaiser. So do I have approval then to close the hearing? Show of hands.
Aye.
Okay, so noted, all 5-0. Okay. So then we're going to move into item 13, which is related for the public at large, those listening at home. This first read item denotes any action may be taken on this, and that's resolution 6/2021, approving the final initial study and mitigated negative declaration, final mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Palm Crest Elementary School Modernization Project. Mark, right back to you again.
Yeah, this is actually taking the action on the initial study mitigated negative declaration to accept the plan, and the mitigation steps will be taking based on the recommendations from Ultra Systems and the CEQA review process. So, and we'll actually, we will then implement these if they're approved by the. Did I miss anything on that, Harold, or is that kind of basically the action you want to add to my brief description?
Yes, there is an exhibit that's included in the resolution. That exhibit are the mitigation measures that we are asking the board to agree that we will do in order to mitigate those areas that are considered significant to less than significant. And those mitigation measures will be incorporated in contracts documents that we will be awarding during the construction. There are some areas where the contractor will be required to do some things. And then there are some areas or some items where the district will be required to act. So those mitigation measures, they're not just there for show. These are things that we will have to do based on what we've actually told the public that we're going to do.
And they're for a very broad range of needs and activities.
They are very expensive.
Yeah, it was fascinating I learned a lot by reading the document, understanding the degree of concern and care for each of these components, these issues. But one that was up front in the document that everybody could probably look at, this is just an example. In threshold 4.4A, and it says to protect nesting birds that may occur on site, no project construction activity shall occur from February 15th to August 31st and as early as January 1st for raptors. Is that saying, if I'm reading it right, that we go dark during that period, or are you just saying you can still proceed because that's the mitigation components that would be called for?
So what it means is if we're going to do any work like cutting trees down during that time, we have to bring on board a biologist that will verify that there are no birds nesting during that period. And
that's a 14. You got like a 14-day window around any work, right?
Yes. So essentially, we would stop everything, have someone come in, survey the site to ensure that there are no birds nesting during that period. So the burden is on us to do what's necessary to start the work outside that window to, I guess, eliminate the potential to having nesting during the period in which we're going to do construction.
And I even read things about if construction cars were parked or vehicles are parked for too long, then there's certain steps that had to be taken and how it's handled to look underneath the vehicle to make sure no one's, it's pretty intricate as I've read through the document. Go ahead, Andrew.
Along those lines, the agenda item says that there's no financial implications for this, but that strikes me as that can't be true, right? So has some estimate been done? Do you have some sense of what the totality of the financial, I know there's no financial implication to passing the resolution, but what the financial implications are expected to be to make sure that we're successfully implementing all these mitigation strategies?
Well, there's definitely a financial impact to implementing the mitigation measures. I think what the document was reflecting, or at least saying no financial implication, is at this point we've concluded a CEQA process and that there's no further financial obligation on the CEQA. But for implementing the project itself, there's a huge financial implication to the tune of $30 million. So.
And that's for the whole project. But what I'm trying to get at is what percentage of the project is we anticipate being dedicated to addressing the mitigation strategies that are identified in the report.
We didn't estimate that, but yes, there is definitely a financial implication to implementing the mitigation measures.
I think
it would be interesting. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
Those expenses, for example, as we work with the contractor, we're trying to find parking facilities down on Foothill and some of the larger lots and doing shuttle systems. That would be folded into the bid, and I don't know how much it would stand out as a direct. It would be an indirect cost. It would be hard to track down. I think also there will be a lot of costs that may not occur if we don't have birds nesting, and extensive ones if we do. So I think I think it's to be determined. It could be extensive. I don't know what the rates are for a biologist.
Or an on-call paleontologist, I believe, and a couple of other things, some other things. What was the cost of conducting this study?
The whole CEQA was about $100,000, Harold?
Approximately, yes.
Yes. And then we did additional studies for the bat surveys and the bird surveys and some things like that. So the bat shelter tile conservation is probably going to be around $25,000 to $26,000 to disassemble the fireplace. So there are, those are some numbers we have for you, but I think there are a lot of unknowns as far as how those mitigations will come into play.
Sure.
I think this speaks to the commitment that the district is making in making sure that we are looking at all aspects and taking into consideration what a community, what the neighbors are saying and what is and is not important, what we can keep, what kind of integrity we can maintain, while still we live in a dynamic community, or we live in a dynamic time. Any type of a modernization, it just infers change occurring because the community changes, grows, adjusts. So I think we have to look at those considerations, but I appreciate the fact that we're putting so much discussion and detail into what we can preserve and the value that we place on that preservation. So obviously there'll be even a little more cost, and we're committed to looking at how that we can do that responsibly with the Huntington ironwork, the fencing, or the gate, excuse me. So I think that those are all important points to consider, that we are really being intentional in making sure we are looking at all aspects, and I appreciate that.
And there will be non-monetary costs. For example, a lot of the mitigations relate to traffic and when trucks can arrive and depart and stuff. So those may be some costs and timing. Other considerations for emergency vehicles to access the site during construction. So some of them are not necessarily even monetary directly.
And I think just to Keitzer's point of the extent of time and thought that's gone into this, we had in 2005, the city split the lot because there was district interest in selling the property. and the house, would have been demolished, and there was board discussion and debate. And, the district elected at that point to hold on to the property. And so I don't think that this is an issue that comes up lightly, just, in the light of the 2017 bond initiative. I think that it's something that has been weighed for literally, decades plus time.
That's what's running through my head a little bit too, Wendy, because there's been a lot of community discussion on this back to the days of even the facility master planning process. I know that's after the previous discussion of possibly selling it, but all along there was some problems that were being attempted to solve, right? Traffic, parking, a whole bunch of interconnected issues that unlocking those opportunities was predicated on reimagining and repurposing some of the spaces at PCR. I mean, I think it's not lost on me that there's been a lot of discussion on the trade-offs of all these things over the last few years.
Agreed. And I think what's really interesting is even with those issues that have come up over the last several decades, there hasn't really been any push to preserve or the ability to, or the approval of, or the attainment of approval to preserve this site as historic. And then we really need to look at the fact that although for me, as a lover of California architecture and history, and my own personal connection, I still think we have to look at the facts of what the needs are and how we can preserve as much as we can without really staying stagnant in a way.
And that marries up with the litmus test and those 4 criteria. That your 2 statements married with, it doesn't rise above, right? The criteria laid out by Mr. Tang. Okay. Other thoughts? Do we have any more public comments on this?
Yeah, we have one more that came in.
Why don't you go ahead and read it then for us?
Sure. This comment comes from David Haxton, community member, and he writes, "It seems to me this is a balance of benefits and burdens. What is the benefit of demolishing this house? How many extra parking spaces will be added by the demolition? How important are those spaces to the school?"
Well, I think that gets to what we're talking about, whether if it's just spaces, which Mark could probably, and Harold could talk to, or the interconnection, like I just mentioned, of spaces meets traffic meets a whole bunch of things that we were trying to solve. Ellen was very adamant about some of those things because she was living right next to all the site for so many years. So she saw it firsthand and informed some of this discussion. Mark, Harold, anything you want to?
Well, I think we do gain, I think, a total of 9 spaces, but the biggest need for spaces there is because of our new drop-off, which provides a safer drop-off and a dedicated lane for students. So we lose a fair number of spaces in front. So we really, while we do gain a few, that's not the primary objective for destroying the house. So we're trying to make a safer, more efficient drop-off and help some of that traffic flow on Palm Drive, and not having kids getting out of their cars in the middle of the parking lot. So that need to address that issue pushed the parking up to the lot where the house is.
And we now still have the umbrella of the wellness and security that we always have to consider.
That was a big comment. That was a big push in safety and security, was looking at the flow of pickup and drop off and park, all that. It's all, yeah.
Well, and many of our letters were actually about traffic, which will be the same before and after as far as the amount of people on the site is not really going to change. But one of the intents of doing this improvement in the parking lot is both safety and efficiency for the drop off and help in traffic as well. So that's that push and pull of different needs.
Hey, Joe?
Yes, sir. Brent?
Yeah, I was going to say, I was a Palmcrest parent for 10 years. And just this new plan, I think, provides so much benefit. There was quite a lack of space there. And I think we're taking, like as Kaito said, we're taking all the precautions of preserving the fireplace and hopefully the fence. But I think as a Palmcrest parent that was there 10 years, I think this will provide a great value to the district.
Does that mean you're ready to make a motion, Brent, or do we want to have more discussion?
Sure. I'll make a motion.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve the resolution? Go ahead and make it officially then, Brent.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve. This is 13A, right? Or
Yep.
is it
6/2021.
a motion to approve resolution 6/2021?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, here we go. All right, then all in favor, based on the robust discussion that we've had tonight, very thorough, and all the support from the experts, do we have a vote? Those in favor of approving resolution 6/2021?
Aye.
Show of hands.
Aye.
Okay,
And I would encourage us to continue to work with the members that have, community members that have made the comments, so that we can continue to stay abreast and look and see from all perspectives how we can meet all needs as much as possible.
absolutely. I think we've been trying to do nothing but be good community members up here at PCR. I think initially we got a slow start to that fact, but I'm really proud of the efforts of staff and our bond partner, Harold and the whole team of everybody working on this, that we've been extra mindful of what the community interests are in that area. I know everybody won't be happy with this, but I think overall, I think based on everything we've done, we've made the right decision to move forward based on everything we're doing. So thank you for all your efforts. So 5-0 approved. Thanks for your time. I know it was a long discussion, but I really wanted to have that discussion. We all did. And I appreciate the engagement and the depth and all of your expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harold, and thank you to Ultra Systems.
Thanks, Harold.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving along here. Superintendent's goal review. Now, this is just to clarify, 13B, this is not a goal review of your goals for next year. Really, this is a look in the rearview mirror, right, Wendy, on what we've done in 19 through 20 school year. I think in the past, we have had an item on this. I don't think last year we did do this, but it's a chance to reflect and allow you to kind of lay out how you did against your goals. And then just for the education of the community, we will still, throughout the next couple of weeks, be engaged in the board will a final review of Wendy's performance against these goals and present those findings to her later in the month. But this was important that we wanted her to have this opportunity, and for all the community here, how we've done against, or how Wendy's done leading us against her goals. So with that, Wendy, I turn it over to you.
Thank you. And I'm going to have Jamie present each goal, and then I'm, for efficiency's sake, I'm going to try to be engaging, but I'm going to sort of read the performance review related to each goal. And in prior years, we've had, different agenda items whereby we assessed progress on multiple goals or individual goals. And then for some reason last year, it didn't happen. And there were several community members who mentioned that. And so I think in the board's effort to, close feedback loops and to really try to make sure that we're communicating on process and procedure and length of time devoted to initiatives and intentionality with those initiatives, I thought it would be a good time just to reflect, especially since, the last 7 months have been particularly difficult ones and very anomalous for a school year. So I just a quick moment to step back and reflect. So the first goal is timely in that it relates to just our last agenda item, but I felt that this goal was successfully met. The goal is listed on the screen, and so people can read that as I give you a quick narrative on sort of the progress. This goal was successfully met throughout the past school year. I attended project manager meetings as well as individual project meetings, along with Mark, Jamie, governing board members, and site administration. We ensured that the various projects continued their forward project despite challenges like the pandemic. The LCHS South Campus redesign and pool project is in an excellent position to launch in early 2021, actually break ground. We have faced challenges with competing interest over the pool size and design, but by leveraging our coaches' input along with the site administration's feedback, I think we have designed a project that optimizes the campus needs, the safety and security issues, and student usability. The PCR building and modernization project is on course. A significant component of the district's focus this past year has been with our engagement and interface with our PCR neighbors. We plan to engage with them all along. However, they ended up initiating the contact prior to our timeline, which provided us a valuable lesson learned on moving up neighbor outreach for future projects. We've had time over the past year to invest in their input and prioritize our neighbors' concerns. Overall, I believe the neighbors are satisfied, and we will continue to address all of the neighbors' interests and issues, especially of those most impacted by the new building. Teachers and staff are pleased with the project design, and thanks to the governing board insights, the modular construction will set an optimally and affordable and functional standard for future elementary site construction. We have made great gains with access control and the new locking mechanism project at LCHS, and Jamie Lusader is to be commended for her oversight and diligence on that project. The fencing and wayfinding project at LCHS will improve the safety and security of that site while adding design features to modernize the distinctive look of the campus. All of the elementary fencing projects have been completed, with signage and landscaping as the final components of those projects. Mark Evans continues to be an outstanding leader with the bond projects, and Harold Pierre is a solid ingredient for our success, serving as the district's program manager. The remodeled LCHS 712 cafeteria opened in the late fall with a great deal of acclaim, and students reported that they thoroughly enjoyed the redesigned space. It was just unfortunate that their experience in the space was cut short. Finally, Mark Evans and I were able to refinance our oldest bonds and optimize cash flow on the 2017 bond with a March 2020 issuance. We have maintained our AA+ rating and done an outstanding job managing public funds. The next goal from last year was the parcel tax campaign and preparation. I felt like this goal was truly an accomplishment. The executive steering committee, which consisted of Joe Radabaugh, Brent Cusick, Mark Evans, Jamie Lusader, and me, met with TBWB during the late spring and summer of 2019. The team employed True North to complete the polling on community appetite for the renewed parcel tax measure and the ballot measure terms and language. Thankfully, Josh Epstein and Matt Weber agreed to lead the campaign, and together we compiled a stellar group of community volunteers. The results on the polling demonstrated solid community support for a parcel tax measure that would continue until rescinded by voters, be initiated at the $450 rate, so it could be viewed as a parcel tax extension, and include an inflation factor not to exceed 3% annually. With the supporting data, the governing board approved the parcel tax resolution with those terms and turned the campaign work over to the Measure LC committee. At this point, it was required that all of staff's efforts on the parcel tax campaign be done on personal time. I provided, edited, and approved all of the informational mailers and materials generated by TBWB. Our Measure LC committee met every other week. The campaign was tightly scripted and orchestrated given our accelerated timeline. Together, we worked diligently to build community consensus in favor of the campaign. The Get Out the Vote campaign was run exceptionally well by Josh and Matt and the community outreach leaders. We solicited massive amounts of endorsements and kept the campaign really positive. Fundraising efforts on the part of the committee were stellar, and I owe them a huge debt of gratitude for their productive outcomes, which financed the campaign. And I'd like to thank the community for their support as well. We met with significant increases in senior exemptions, but we embraced those, grateful for our senior support of the measure. In the end, the parcel tax was passed on March 3rd, 2020, with an approval vote of over 70%. While most districts were met with disappointments on both their bond and parcel tax measures, LCUSD celebrated a victory and one that would guarantee the parcel tax with a no sunset clause and an inflation factor. Sadly, with our school facility closures on March 13th, 2020, in response to COVID-19, our victory was eclipsed, but it was still one of the major achievements of the 2019-2020 school year. The next initiative was our district-wide social emotional learning and wellness initiative. As with all things that we experienced last year, this goal realized significant achievements, but its success was overshadowed by the pandemic, as well as the social unrest of our nation, which it has experienced and is still grappling with as the past 7 months have unfolded. In October 2019, the district signed a contract with Christina Hale Elliott as our diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant. A partial snapshot of her consultancy work is included here. Ms. Hale Elliott conducted the Strengths and Needs Assessment Report and provided a sustainability plan to the district. Both of these were formally presented to the governing board last month on August 2020. Additionally, she provided guidance as the district created and penned its DEI commitments and definitions. Ms. Hale Elliott led 2 parent education programs in our family learning series, and she engaged in a comprehensive teacher training program in the 2019-2020 school year, whereby every teacher in the La Cañada Unified School District experienced at minimum a half-day training session in establishing and promoting culturally relevant and responsive educational programs and school cultures. She had multiple training sessions with the leadership team, and she presented to the governing board at its January retreat. Identifying the scope and the work and the deliverables for all of our consultants engaged in supporting our 2020-2021 wellness and DEI initiatives, including the International Federation of Social Emotional Learning, the Anti-Defamation League, and Ms. Hale Elliott's involvement will be a next step, which will be included as we set the goal, superintendent's goal for the coming year. Ultimately, as an outcome of the 3-year implementation plan, I feel the work needs to be embedded within the active planning and deliverables of identified departments within the district's administration, specifically within Ed Services Department, Human Resources Department, and the offices of our site principals. On another note, Stanford's Challenge Success Program continues to be a thriving signature initiative within the district. Both our 7-8 and our 9-12 LCHS campuses are officially Challenge Success schools. The LCHS administrators did significant work this year with stakeholders examining the LCHS bell schedule and had plans developed and in the works to convene a committee to examine potential limits on the number of AP courses that students might take and the additional grade point that's given for honors and AP courses. Unfortunately, the work of both committees was thwarted by COVID-19. However, all 5 LCUSD principals had Challenge Success and DEI goals designed to ensure that their campuses were intentional and invitational environments which promoted inclusion, diversity, and empathy among students. And they successfully implemented these goals with fidelity. The school sites focused intensively on social and emotional learning and DEI work, and they were very connected with their staffs, gaining traction in these areas. Finally, LCHS 912 opened a state-of-the-art wellness center in the 2019-2020 school year. The facility is beautifully designed and it is staffed with an expert team. Nearly all STEP classes visited the wellness center in the fall in order to introduce the students to the new facility. The wellness staff was diligent in its data collection, tracking the number of student visits and the amount of student access to the wellness center and their services. The LCFEF directors and boosters were invited to the wellness center so that they could witness the exceptional services and facility that their support dollars helped to create. Our strong partnership with SAGE, another consultancy agency, has provided a licensed clinician, Dr. Erica Smith, as an independent service provider who works effectively with our students and our internal staff. Rachel Zoe and Beth Mumper round out the team, and their professional expertise and talents could not be greater. Mrs. Zoe taught the Peer Support 2 class, and Mrs. Pelletier this Peer Support 1 course, both outstanding addition to the LCHS master schedule and the LCUSD Wellness Initiative. Peer Support 3 is part of the 2020-2021 master schedule offerings. This course sequence results in student interns to help the staff wellness center, and their work as students highlights the integration of the DEI and wellness initiatives as student leaders check in with peers and model the language and behaviors of students who actively listen, support, and build a thriving culture of care. Additionally, extensive work was done during the school facility closures to move the wellness center supports to a virtual wellness center, and the district has contracted with Care Solace to provide families guidance as requested in securing therapeutic services which are supported by their healthcare providers during the emotionally challenging times that many have faced with COVID-19. And finally, the Family Learning Series has thrived in LCUSD throughout this past year, with offerings on social emotional learning, diversity, equity, inclusion, college and career readiness, and multiple offerings from the technology department with the onset of distance learning in the pandemic. The fourth goal was met, but there are areas that were interrupted because of our school facility closures. Dr. Deborah Craddock developed plans along with the leadership team to present two interested teachers and an aspiring administrator academy, which was to be launched in March of 2020. Additionally, I had reached out to Grand Canyon University representatives who I had networked with at a January Los Angeles County Office of Education training. In our discussion, the representatives indicated their willingness to offer significantly reduced tuition to LCUSD employees interested in enrolling in an administrative credential program if we elected to partner with them to create a satellite campus at LCUSD for the in-person components of the largely online credential program. Both of these action items held promise, but were interrupted by the school facility closures and the intensive administrative attention that was required as a result of the pandemic. However, both are still a district interest and will be pursued once some level of normalcy returns when the pandemic's impacts subside. I did create a leadership team reporting out of best practices as a feature of governing board meetings in the 2019-2020 school year. These were all in place from September through March. Each member of the leadership team signed up to report on innovations and/or best practices related to programs at their school site or in their departments, and to highlight these events. These were strongly informative and successful, and also served the purpose of providing the governing board and larger LCUSD community with the opportunity to interface directly with site administrators, directors, and cabinet members. With our greatly increased audience participation, given our meetings are now live streamed, this would be an ideal practice to revisit later in this year or in the 2021-22 school year. Additionally, it was fortuitous that the governing board directed me to implement last year an employee recognition program. This was widely well received during that last year, and it added an extra boost to employee morale during the high stress time of our overnight transition to distance learning in the face of COVID-19 school facility closure. Next, the CSEA pathway component of the school was started, but here again, we faced an interruption due to COVID-19. Both Deborah and Mark worked diligently in their labor management meetings with the CSEA Labor Association to develop updated job description, which would provide linkages between positions to create opportunities and pathways to support professional growth tracks of employees within various departments. Menus of professional development modules were discussed simultaneously at the table with the goal of providing tangible resources to assist staff who were interested in pursuing these pathways. However, by mid-March, the focus of our labor management meetings and negotiations all transferred to developing MOUs in response to the changes in working conditions, which were a result of the pandemic. The job description work in support of pathway development and the corresponding professional development opportunities will all resume once we emerge from the effects of the coronavirus. Finally, the LCUSD leadership team reorganization oversight component of this goal was strongly implemented and achieved. I thank Anna Eastwen for her co-leadership on this goal here and her expert mentorship of our principals and the Ed Services team. Along with the board, I have worked tirelessly to ensure that the best people serve in every position on the LCUSD leadership team. Cabinet is extremely effective, and I am grateful to each member for their partnership. In terms of directors, Deborah has completely taken control of her position and excels in human resources. Derica Horry, Karen Hurley, and Corey Park were excellent hires in their respective positions. All of our principals are strong leaders, and each are working with their school sites to imprint their unique leadership brand. Jason Ito was an outstanding hire as an AP at La Cañada High School last year, and now I believe that Amy Marcoulier will effectively round out and complement this quality 712 administrative team. And this takes us to the last goal for last year, which was additionally, I believe, successfully met. This goal was really a catch-all for a number of priority projects, which were all linked by their impacts and appeal to the LCUSD community and wider audience. The Devil's Gate sediment removal project required significant oversight in 2019. When the hauling season ended in November, my role became largely one to work with Dr. Kreider as a district liaison as she pursued outcomes from the county supervisors, and the city. The city has agreed to fund a portion of the York engineering contract, which monitors our real-time air monitoring, and has created she has also created a Devil's Gate committee with the city. In terms of the cost of the real-time air monitoring, I negotiated with York Engineering and reduced the scope of their work in comparison to the prior year so that district costs going forward are regulated. Any work that York will perform to help the city develop a community safety plan will be borne by the city. I continue to monitor the sagebrush territory transfer and serve as the liaison with the citizens group, but with the appeal against the county's decision to grant the petition, now living at the State Board of Education, I feel that our involvement in this matter is somewhat of a wait and see nature. However, the Weisburn decision recently given by the State Board of Education bodes well for the Sagebrush Citizens Group. I continue to oversee permit acceptances each year, and if the State Board upholds the decision to transfer the territory, LCUSD will be able to accommodate the transfer without negative impacts. In January, we successfully held a full-day governing board retreat. The major topics were bond projects, DEI, and the review of the district's guiding documents. Due to time constraints, the guiding document review was cut short, and we scheduled a follow-up retreat for the spring to continue the discussion. The second retreat was canceled due to the COVID outbreak. Our mission remains strong and relevant. It seems like our vision statement, items like our vision statement, core values, and certain board policies and administrative regulations require revisiting, but this work may not resurface as a priority this school year, given the competing demands of school facility closures, distance learning and instruction, planning for students to return to campus, and managing all of our student-centered initiatives focused on guiding and growing their competencies and efficacy as human beings. As reviewed in goal number 4, I believe the oversight and reorganized LCUSD administrative team has been extremely successful. And finally, per the last item on this goal, the Panorama Ed surveys were totally overhauled. Jamie, Karen, and I went to each school site to roll out the revised surveys to the staffs. The changes were met with great enthusiasm. Student surveys were moved entirely to a digital platform, which was a strong advancement in the survey program. Parent, student, and staff surveys were all thematically linked. Principals were at the ready to create school site goals based upon the survey's results with their school staffs. The surveys were administered March 2nd through 13th, right as we ramped up to the pandemic crisis. Due to the demands at the time, we have not closed the feedback loop with the community on the survey results, but that will be a next step priority over the coming months. And that is the goal review.
Thank you, Wendy. Just occurred to me though, where is the COVID reopening and distance learning goal? I didn't see that.
Nobody had a crystal ball last summer or 2 summers.
Well, right. Well, in all seriousness, it was clear that because of that, you really went above and beyond in many areas, specifically around how you handled COVID and learning. We'll get into that in more specifics with the board around your formal review. But thank you for all your efforts. You routinely make all the right decisions about where to spend your time and with who and what issues, and that we trust, because I know the goals were fluid because of things you had to react to because we needed to, and the students demanded it in terms of what we needed to take care of. Any thoughts or anything, but anyone want to add? This is really not the review in public per se. Did you want us to add anything before we move on, board members?
I would just add that it occurred to me while you were doing this that it shouldn't be lost on anyone who's listening that it's a really remarkable demonstration of transparency to do this, that you're the only employee in the whole district who submits themselves to a public evaluation, and it's not as if that is a normal practice in other districts as well. So just thank you for your willingness to be so public about your self-evaluation of your goals. I think it's tremendously useful to the public, but again, by no means normal or typical, and certainly not required. So thank you.
Other comments?
I just have to say that the workload never ceases and it continues to grow as we've witnessed over the last several years. But I think what's important to highlight is that we are small enough as a district, strong enough, and with our one employee, flexible as much as possible to meet whatever demands come to the district's fence. So I think it's important to understand and to make sure that the public sees how we are being responsive to so many issues, so all simultaneously sometimes. So thank you for that, Wendy, and just wanted to make sure that we highlighted that we have addressed so many issues before they became magnified to the point that we see in our society at times. So I think it's important to know that we are really looking, thinking, asking, questioning, and Wendy, you're doing that with us.
I think I would add, you made a comment about the crystal ball. And then sometimes it does seem like you have a crystal ball because you do seem to be ahead of the issues quite frequently. You know what we're going to be dealing with, you know what kinds of issues are going to come up, and usually you have a pretty good idea ahead of time of how you're going to deal with them. And sort of what Keitzer was saying, it's nice that we have a district that's small enough, but it's not just the small size of our district, but it's also the leadership that you give our district and your leadership team that allows our district to be nimble. When you announced today that in the news today, there's potential for K-2 opening, I'm sure there are very few districts that are nimble enough to immediately take action on it and start going forward with that. You know, huge districts will take a long time to figure out how they're going to deal with it and respond. And I think one of the things that makes our district so special is not only is it small and nimble, but also your leadership allows us to go in the right direction very quickly. So it's hard to make that a goal, but it would be a goal to continue to do that. So thank you.
Any other thoughts? Well, you'll get more thoughts, I'm sure, as we complete everything this next month. But thanks again. And I was really happy that we resurrected this chance for you to kind of share all the great work that's going on with the community. So thanks. It was brought to my attention we have a comment. Is that true, Jamie?
Yeah, we have one public comment. This is anonymous, and the community member writes, I believe that the superintendent stated that Miss Hale Elliott will be part of the 2021 goals. That's wonderful. Has she been re-engaged by the district?
Thank you. One of the, part of the work that I'm doing right now with the board is identifying the path forward with regard to the goal that they're assigning me. And one of the specific sort of action items is to, obviously we've committed to the community to do outreach and to collect feedback from the community. But one of the targeted bulleted points is that as we continue this work, and I think I was transparent in expressing that ultimately I believe this work should lie within the district community, especially in our departments like Ed Services and Human Resources and the work of the site principals. I do think that we will continue to need expertise and guidance. For example, Joe and Andrew and I were just with 5-Star, and they did a presentation from USC and I believe it's their diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's a specific center that they have on campus. And they did a presentation to all the districts in hopes of having all 5 districts enroll this group as a consultant. We opted to sort of continue our internal work. Right now, the cost was going to be, I think, upwards of $25,000 per district, and the offerings from the group in this first year were all going to be sort of online webinars. And we just felt like our work is really grounded in the education component, the family learning series, the goals of the leadership team and community input and all of that. So one of the bullet points to get to a response to this community comment, one of the bullet points in this goal is for me to assess and to identify all of the outside resources that are required to make this goal for this year successful. And obviously we will be looking to all of the resources that we've adopted this past year and identifying how to use and in what capacity with what deliverables all of those sources. So I think we first have to do community outreach. I've been in contact with Christina Hell Elliott and have promised to get back to her. I know that this is a lengthy process, and I appreciate her professionalism and her patience as we deal with our sort of internal sort of norming and identifying the work for this goal. But it is one of the outcomes of my goal to secure consultants and resources. And the three that come immediately to mind are our work with Christina Hell Elliott, and our work with the Anti-Defamation League, and our work with the International Foundation for Social Emotional Learning. There was some interest on the part of Joe and Andrew to sort of check out the USC resources and see if any of that could be a part of our work, but it's really important for us to be thoughtful and intentional going forward. And so to answer that question, we haven't identified or issue a contract, but it's one of the areas that will need to first be addressed after we do community outreach to proceed with this goal.
Okay, any other comments that came up public? Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
No, nothing else. Thank you.
All right, like Andrew said, thank you for putting yourself out there, Wendy, as you do each and every day, and your professionalism and courage is outstanding. So, okay, I think it's time to move now to it kind of links back in with our overall plan up front. 13C, the adoption of LCUSD 7 to 12 hybrid learning schedule for 2020-2021 school year. Wendy, back to you.
Thank you. So this is gonna, I don't mean to talk so much, but this goal is gonna need for me to walk the governing board and the public who's with us still through the various schedules that we've identified as front runners for adoption or implementation and in a hybrid fashion. So just a little bit of background. We've worked really, really closely with our secondary reopening committee, which has been comprised of stakeholders from, all of the various components of our community, administrators, teachers, parents. We do need to do some outreach to students, and I really think that's an important next step as we really ramp up to bring students back on campus in some capacity when we're allowed to do so. But our goals throughout this work have been student learning and student and staff well-being with whatever schedule we adopt in a hybrid fashion, the maintenance and the furtherance of our robust and rigorous instructional programs, safety, again, for all, the social and emotional wellness for students, and then we're recognizing the unique childcare and supervision needs that parents have for their students. Constraints have been that public health reopening directives are out of reach, especially for 7-12 right now. And so we have to work within those guidelines. But those directives for bringing students back on campus involve social distancing, face coverings, classroom redesign, unidirectional hallways, entrance procedures, and they've weighed heavily on the determination of a schedule. So finally, factors that have contributed to our scheduling decisions. One is school site capacity. When we reopen in a hybrid fashion at the high school, we're required to have 50% or fewer of our students on campus. Instructional program integrity. We have to look at which of these schedules offers the strongest means by which we will deliver instruction so that the instructional minutes are protected, so that we ensure that the pacing of our curriculum advances and affords us the ability to cover the entire curriculum, and that our students continue to grow and achieve academically. Student and staff safety can't be emphasized enough. We have to use the right PPE. We have to meet all of the public health directives. We have to meet all of the guidance on school reopenings and all of the logistics, even things such as how to keep cohorts from mixing, and if we have breaks and lunch built into these schedules. how to do testing and screening, as Senator Portantino referenced. Needs of all students are critical. We must plan to meet the needs of our special populations, like our special education students, our English language learners, and our unduplicated pupil students. The support for working parents has become a primary emphasis. There are solutions in these schedules that you see which offer better fits from a childcare perspective, or solutions that cover gaps, potentially if a drop-off or a pickup timing in the day would be a hardship to families. And then we also have to consider those students who will remain full-time virtual learners. There has to be equity in their program deliverables, and we have to make sure that, we're talking right now, our data indicates 27 to 28% of our students will elect to remain home with their families and complete distance learning. So in all of this, I just wanted to paint a quick picture of the competing needs and the complexities. Since May, the district administration has reviewed over 30 schedules. We've brought about 20 to the review committee. Those have been reviewed, discussed, revised, and the 4 schedules that will emerge, 3 were recommended by the committee. 1 is being recommended by me, but it's very similar to 1. It's just with added features for potential cohorting. And, I think I have to commend all of our committee stakeholders for how diligently they've worked over the past 5 months to voice and represent the various perspectives. So without further ado, I'd like to just walk you through the schedules. I'm happy to take feedback or questions with each schedule. And then if you notice on the cover sheet for this agenda item, the request is for, or the recommendation is for the board to either adopt a schedule or to rank order and in terms of priority, the schedules that it finds to be the most conducive for us moving forward. So this is schedule number 1. The features of this schedule include all of the following. Mondays would be a completely virtual day for all of our students. It would be a daily demand day. The periods would be 40 minutes long, just as the students are experiencing today on Mondays. 10-minute passing periods, a 30-minute at-home lunch break, a 60-minute office hour period at the end of the day, and a 30-minute prep period for teachers to conclude the day. With this plan, it's a 50% hybrid model. We would have cohorts A, B, and C. Cohort A would attend on the subsequent block days, which would be Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And when cohort A was in attendance on campus, cohort B would be at home, and cohort C would always be virtual learners. Conversely, on the final 2 days with a block schedule, those would be days that cohort B would attend, whereas cohort A would be at home, joined with cohort C for virtual learning. Office hours each day would be designed for follow-up questions by the day's virtual learners to provide a little bit of equity in terms of teacher time and attention. Virtual learners would be assigned 40 minutes of additional guided practice so that we meet the 240 minutes per day requirement by the state, and the students who are present for in-person learning would have 3 40-minute periods to equal, 3 80-minute periods that would equal the 240 minutes. During the designated office hour, special education and ELD supports could also be provided. On a block day without a prep for a teacher, office hours would become the teacher prep, and 6/5 assignment teachers who would teach every period, would select 1 day in a 2-day block to offer their office hours. So things to consider. Some of the concerns are largely health related. Students who are on campus for in-person learning would be with a teacher in this schedule for 80 minutes in a period. There are viral load concerns, and the health concerns were expressed by teachers. Student supervision would be really important because cohorts would need to be supervised to prevent mixing at lunch. The cleaning schedule would have to be tightly organized. With only 10-minute passing periods, you would be able to wipe down high-touch surfaces, but you'd have to have a really tight cleaning schedule at lunch to try to do a little bit of deeper cleaning. Some of the positives are the length of the instructional day. For the in-person students, there's a morning drop-off, and that helps parents because students would be on campus with morning drop-off. If they had a 0 period as early as 7:40, but for first period to start at 8:30, and they would be dismissed at 6th period or 5th or 6th period, depending on the block, at about 1:15. The contacts for contact tracing are roughly just slightly fewer than 60 per day. And so that's a little bit more extensive contact tracing, but much improved rather than a daily demand day where you would have 6 periods. Any questions? Okay, the next schedule was designed with a slightly different view. It still holds to the virtual Monday, so that's exactly as I just previously described. However, with this 50% hybrid model, on Tuesday through Friday, all cohorts, A, B, and C, would receive 3 periods of virtual instruction. So all students would be at home in the morning. Then in the afternoons, for example, on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, that could be assigned to cohort A to come on campus, and they would then receive in-person classes in the afternoons. Cohort B would have their in-person classes on Thursday through Friday, and cohort C would always be virtual. However, for a little bit of equity, cohort C would be offered to have with teacher virtual office hours Tuesday through Friday from 11 to 11:35, and that would be solely designed for cohort C. In the middle of the day from 11 to 12:05, you have 35 minutes of cohort C office hours, followed by a teacher lunch and time built into the day or directed for cohort B and C to have lunch at home. That also gives cohort A or the cohort who's traveling to campus enough time to eat and enough time to get to campus. And then beginning at 12:10 on the double block days, you have 3 periods in this schedule, 35-minute each, where cohort A does in-person learning and cohort B and C are at home and they're engaged in assigned independent practice. Some things to consider here: the lesson design for the afternoon classes would be in person for the on-site cohorts, or assigned guided practice for the at-home cohorts. Challenges here would be for teachers would have to design 2 different experiences for the afternoons, all geared toward advancing the curriculum in a way that allowed all 3 cohorts to keep pace. Strengths with this schedule are we have worked in an AM 0 period and a PM 0 period in person. In the AM, everyone's virtual at home, so there's an equity of experience, and there's not the competing demands of lessons being delivered on campus and virtually. So everybody's at home, and then a specific cohort comes on campus in the afternoon. Health strengths to this schedule are there's a shorter period, so a shorter opportunity for viral load. And then it's a condensed schedule, so there is no lunch. Lunch is at home for all cohorts, so there's no opportunity for mixing. Concerns are that it's a midday drop-off for parents. Teacher prep and meetings, and that time in the last block of the day is combined, and teachers need prep time and they have extensive meetings, so that the competing demands for that time are of concern. The 35 minutes in person gives you basically 105 minutes of total in-person teaching time in the afternoons, which isn't a lot to be the whole experience that we base our in-person learning on. As I mentioned, the planning and the pacing for teachers is ramped up a little bit because they have to plan for the virtual independent practice and the in-person independent practice activities and keep all the students moving forward in the curriculum at the same pace. Some people raise the concern that for our permit students, the travel time might not be enough. And then a real concern that I had with this schedule is that essentially we're dismissing our virtual learners on the block days at really 11 o'clock a.m. And there's a lot of motivation that's required on the part of students to maintain their instructional program with the guided practice on their own from 11 o'clock until roughly 1:30. Any questions on that schedule? Okay, one feature that we added in terms of this schedule is that if this schedule emerged as the one that we elected, the next slide shows an opportunity that we could try to engage with to meet some of the parent needs for on-campus sort of student supervision, quote unquote, childcare. So there wouldn't be a whole lot of opportunity. So this option might have to be done by application and then potentially by lottery if necessary. It proposes that we could accommodate 10% of the total 712 student population. If we did this on these days, those students who are a part of this program, and there would be equity issues because it would only be 10%, could come on campus and be in unmixing cohorts. We could potentially provide for 6, 7, 8 cohorts, 3 on cohort A and 3 from cohort A on Tuesday, Wednesday, 3 from cohort B on Thursday, Friday, and potentially 12 cohorts, 6 for A, 6 for B. Paraprofessionals would need to be assigned to each cohort. There would be no mixing, and we'd have substitute teachers oversee the work of the paraprofessionals. The site says that they could identify 18 permanent learning spaces for those cohorts to attend, and this would allow students to be on campus, very limited number of students, but students to be on campus twice a week. They would arrive at the beginning of the day, and they would basically have a supervised Zoom study hall where they would engage with their teachers on campus in the Zoom up through 11:35. At 11:35, they would have a cohort supervised lunch. The cohort would dismiss, and then they would already be on campus to move it into their in-person learning time and join the rest of their cohort who would arrive on campus at that time. Students would obviously attend on the 2 days where their cohort was scheduled for in-person instruction. Attendance would be taken because I would imagine these positions or these slots would be coveted. And if you didn't meet the attendance threshold, you would be replaced with a spot. Disciplinary issues would result in students forfeiting their spot in the supervised learning program. And ultimately, for 10% of our student population, parents would have 2 days per week with students on campus for a largely normal instructional day, engaged in their virtual AM learning and in their in-person PM learning.
Can I answer a question on this?
Sure.
Wendy? So if I understand this correct, so for those that are approved, this 10% accommodation we make, they're doing study hall 5 days a week, correct?
They're part of a cohort. So if I'm part of cohort A and I'm part of this 10%, I come on campus on, let's say, the Tuesday, Wednesday,
Okay.
and I have 2 days of on-campus experience for the entire day. Whereas all of my other counterparts in cohort A are arriving midday. So this would be for
Got it. So
families.
I was wondering if it was for a study hall, I attend all days, but only 2 days do I spend the whole day. It's a little bit different. Okay, I got it.
It's just on your cohort day, and it's just to provide for the families who have the highest need, highest at risk because of they're essential workers. Their kids aren't able to engage in the distance learning. there's, you know, social emotional issues that meet the criteria, or they just lucked out in the lottery. Okay, so the next slide, and again, this schedule is very much like the 1A. This is the 1A asterisk. I'm sorry we're so much in the weeds. I'm trying not to get too much in the weeds, but I also want people to understand the nuances of each schedule. So Mondays, again, virtual Mondays, everybody gets started off on the same pace, same instruction. There's a continuity of program there. The only thing that has changed here from the prior schedule that we just looked at are just very few things. The teachers asked that we make it a 40-40 split so that there are 3 periods in the morning of 40 minutes that are 40 minutes in length. Again, you have the 35 minutes of office hours for the kids who are always virtual, and you have the 30-minute teacher lunch matched by the B and C at-home cohort lunch, but that 65 minutes of time allows for cohort A to travel to campus and get something to eat. You have in this schedule built in a 5-minute passing period to the afternoon session. So from 11:55 to 12, you have 10-minute passing periods between each afternoon course. And then you have a 57-minute teacher prep and meeting time at the end of the day. So the teachers had a couple of little things like the 5 minutes between the lunch and going into the in-person cohorts. That was added. So very, very minimal nuances, but the biggest feature here is all the sessions, all the courses in the morning are 40 minutes and all the courses in the afternoon are 40 minutes. So it gives you 15 additional minutes of in-person learning per cohort. Any questions? Okay, and again here, they're sort of the same strengths and weaknesses of this schedule as I mentioned for Schedule 1A. Okay, and the very last schedule is one, it's very, very similar to Schedule 1, but the feature here is the second slide, trying to allow opportunity for making the health problems or the health issues minimized with a little bit more time. So in this schedule, with this plan, 50%, it's a 50% hybrid model. Mondays, again, are for all virtual learners. Cohort A attends on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Cohort B attends on Thursdays and Fridays. Cohort C is always virtual. In the mornings, the cohort who's an in-person cohort comes to class. They're in class, just like in Schedule 1, for 80 minutes. The teacher is teaching to the kids in front of them and to the kids who are at home. Now, we talked about that being difficult, but everybody has to put themselves in the mindset of teacher isn't doing 2 things. The teacher is doing 1 thing. The teacher is Zooming. The teacher is Zooming to the kids in front of them, and the teacher is Zooming to the kids who are at home. That happens for the first 40 minutes of the period. Then the teacher gives an independent practice assignment to all of the kids who are engaged in virtual learning and basically shuts their computer. They then turn their attention for the next 40 minutes to the students who are engaged in in-person learning. That allows the students at home to continue with the independent practice and the students in class to continue with their teacher in the independent practice. Again, you have 10-minute passing periods. You have a 30-minute lunch, which would be outside, supervised so that the cohorts didn't mix. That 30 minutes allows for as much deep cleaning as you can get done in 30 minutes. You still have the concerns about the 80 minutes of viral load with your in-person learners, but the idea is that they're with you, and students who are on campus have a 240-minute schedule, and the students who are at home are engaged throughout the course of the day in a 240-minute schedule, but each of the 340 minutes that they're doing after the 40 minutes of virtual instruction, they're doing independent practice. This schedule has the morning virtual 0 period and the afternoon virtual, the afternoon in-person 0 period. This schedule is a little bit redefined from Schedule 1 in that it gives 45 minutes of office hours to the virtual learners, prioritizing the cohort C, who is always virtual. And then it gives 60 minutes of teacher prep and meetings, trying to give a little bit of deference to the heavy demands on teachers, not only with meetings, but on preparing the afternoon lessons so that whether you're doing virtual or in person, there's some equity in the independent practice, and the pacing is maintained for all 3 cohorts so that they're advancing through the curriculum in a similar pace. The reason that I'm recommending this schedule, and it's not much different than Schedule 1, but it really ties to the next slide. What we would commit to with this schedule number 2 is trying to spend the time between now and second semester, which begins on January 5th, in really trying to do 2 things. One is identifying any way that we can mitigate health impacts with the 80-minute period. And the second idea is that anything that we can do with regards to technology and creating a teacher workspace that mitigates the difficulty of presenting a lesson to students who are in front of you and to students who are at home. So what we would do with this is we would maintain our current schedule. We would maintain the schedule that we've had for the last 6 weeks, and we would maintain that through to the winter holiday. If there was an opportunity for students to return to campus in advance of January, what we would do is the teachers would remain in the virtual model. The district would commit to reopening a hybrid model that allowed for cohorts of 12 who would come on campus and who wouldn't mix. They would come on campus and they would engage in virtual instruction, just like they're doing at home right now, but it gives them the on-campus experience. The number of days that students could access campus could be 1 or could be 5. It really depends on the number of people who want to engage in in-person learning. We can accommodate 468 students per day. The site has identified 39 classrooms that are not being accessed by teachers during this time of virtual learning. We would set up those 39 classrooms and students in cohorts of 12 would come. Now, if I only have 468 students that sign up for this experience, they could come 5 days a week. If I have all 2,200 students want to have some on-campus experience, they would then they can come 1 day a week, because you have to divide it. You'd need every single day of the week. The cohorts would not be supervised by the teachers. They would be supervised by paraprofessionals and substitute teachers and administrators. The cohorts, as I said, wouldn't mix. They would be ranged by grade level. We would honor at least one friend request, because we realized part of being at school is the social emotional component. Lunch would be assigned for that cohort of 12 in an outdoor area. And this allows our teachers during this time to stay focused on delivering the best possible virtual instruction. They can work with the tech department to design their classroom space for when students return in the hybrid model that we just saw, number 2. And they would also be able to work with the district to design their workspace to maximize what gives them the most comfort with PPE, so that they were fully ready to, if we were allowed by the Department of Public Health, to join us on campus in the hybrid model. We could look at, opportunities for minimizing the viral load through an outdoor assigned space for a teacher that they could bring their cohorts to. We could look to, there have been discussion in the committee about, if I'm delivering, everybody's Zooming, when those in-person kids are in front of me, and I'm also delivering instruction to those kids who are at home. But maybe if there was a tech setup so that when the kids in front of me were Zooming, they could actually look to a projection screen and not having to look at their computers, it might feel a little bit more like a normal classroom experience. But anyway, this would also give us the benefit of having kids back on campus in a non-mixing cohort. It would allow us to do things like really practice with 500 roughly students a day, our intake procedures of temperature taking, check-in, all of those stations would allow us to set up the isolation ward and test it out. It would maximize safety because the cohorts wouldn't mix. And I don't think have any risk of rolling closures between now and the end of first semester. And all of those outbreak exposure protocols could be enforced and practiced. And if we did have an outbreak, we would be contact tracing 12 students. So a lot, there's a lot there. I'm happy to unpack it with the board, however you see fit. But the idea with the last schedule is we stay as we are now. If we're allowed by public health to come on campus, we come back in a cohorted experience. We don't lose any of the instructional integrity of our program because we're doing what we're doing well now. And it gives us time to improve not only the health conditions, but the cohort practices and the outbreak exposure protocols and all of the health protocols on campus. And we get, we transition more slowly through this period of unknowns.
Well, you ready to have the board kind of engaged? I'll kick us off and I'll turn it over because I know there's going to be a lot of discussion. First off, I'll just say I know how hard this is. I fully grasped it. I was on the committee, the 7-12 reopening committee, and I also have two of my own students in 7-12. So I'm looking at it through that lens of practicality, executing whatever scenarios in front. So there's so many variables to consider. None of these are ideal. I think we all get it, but I've had concerns over 1 and 1A. There's different pros and cons. Some really benefit families a bit more, but then the teachers are under duress. There's been a tug here in terms of how to think about it. I before you actually declared it, I was starting to warm up and gravitate towards 2, but I want to hear what everybody else is saying and what they're thinking based on what's presented. I think I got the mechanics of it, but I'm not sure. Besides Dan, who is also on the reopening committee, there may be some mechanical questions for Keitzer, Andrew, and Brent in terms of actually how it's working. So I'll turn it over to them and stop talking. What are some of your thoughts or questions?
Wendy, could you just address for a minute? I think that one of the concerns I have is the ability of teachers to simultaneously teach in person and Zoom. And I know I would find it very difficult to do at the same time. I know many of our teachers are very talented and could do an excellent job of that. And so I'm comfortable with that. But it seems like some of the issues of teaching while you're wearing a mask and talking to students through Zoom while you're on a mask present challenges. And so with that, I understand why it's helpful to have some time to kind of work out the details. But what do we do with that time? How do we explore those? Do we look at what other districts are doing? Do we look at best practices? Do we just test it out? What's your thinking and what we use our time for?
Well, most of the schedules that we've seen have the teachers doing that. That's what we're seeing happening in Orange County to a large extent. And they've had, roughly, just shy of a week. And, some of the teachers have reported that they have colleagues or relatives who teach in Orange County, and that last week was a nightmare. And so I think we could learn a lot from their experience. One of the things that we talked about in the committee was that if you're wearing a shield so that you can kind of walk around, that operates as your sort of plexiglass protection as a teacher. You're not going to walk, up to students and things, but you might walk along the whiteboard. Well, actually, you're not even going to do that because you're Zooming. So if you're sitting in front of your computer, you have your shield on, you have your mask on, that's going to be hard. And you also, you have they're not having to do that right now. So we would be looking at, is there a benefit to having sort of, plexiglass at the teacher station so that they could at least take off and since they're sitting, plexiglass at the teacher station so that they could just have the mask. Is there a mask that allows, a little bit more facial recognition? We talked with Jamie about, is there an opportunity to, hook up 2 monitors so that they're able to check different things, or is there an opportunity to project something behind you so that the students in your classroom could get a little off-screen time and actually look at the physical space in the classroom? I think, Dan, we would really be giving ourselves time to look at these other districts who are having their teachers do both simultaneously. For me, the trigger was to think that it was all possible, was that you have to redefine it as you're Zooming. You're not teaching really to the kids in front of you. They just have that in-person experience to transfer into the actual teaching experience that they're going to get in the second 40 minutes. So everybody's engaged in virtual, even though those kids in front of you are in your classroom. And so I think that's another thing that we would continue messaging to parents, that it's not going to be the experience that we had 7 months ago. This is a hybrid model, and it's not only a hybrid model in terms of schedule, it's a hybrid model in terms of experience. And then also we might find that, I was talking with Andrew yesterday, and he was talking about his gym class of 8 people that have formed a strong cohort. We might find and I'm not saying that this has to happen, but we might find over the next 3 months that those cohorts that we've established actually become like unified pods, and people don't really have the huge demand to go back to a hybrid model. They might want to continue with what we're doing that allows the teachers to maximize their safety, allows the kids to maximize their safety, but it just gives us more time to investigate and explore. We're still meeting as much as we can, some parent, release of the safety valve of having some, student on campus time so that they have, a little bit of childcare. We're hopefully giving kids, because the cohorts would be grade level. And also we would really work hard to commit to some friendship requests. And so hopefully there's the social emotional experience of getting up in the morning, getting ready for school, going for as much of an equivalent length school day. But I think to your question, sorry to ramble a bit, but to your question, what we'd be looking at is best practices as reopening happens throughout our state and nation, and learning from other people why we protect our instructional program, because we know what we're doing. It's not ideal, but it's working as well as could be expected.
So Wendy, question, maybe you mentioned this, is there any talk of, or any possibility of having classes meet outdoors?
Yeah, there are, but it's hard when, the hardest thing with outdoor classes is that no matter what, I feel a strong commitment to our virtual learners, our kids who are going to continuously be virtual. And when you move outdoors, we have, teachers would still be Zooming to their kids at home. And so you have the computer, you have the technology, you have the document camera, you have all those technical things that really require a classroom experience. Now, if you're wanting to address the viral load with an 80-minute period, maybe there's time for teachers to develop, okay, I'm going to Zoom with everybody, and then where a lesson, is appropriate, I'm going to have a designated space per what my principal has set up with me that I know is always reserved for me. So I could take my students outside, and when a lesson is applicable for an outside delivery, I know I have that option, and that could help lessen, on a daily basis, the viral load that I experience.
Now, is outdoors a possibility for, say, like choir and theater?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. One of the things that, we've talked about at length with Jeff. Now, right now, the protocols prohibit choir from meeting in person. So we have to get to a place where, it's allowed by DPH. But we would definitely need to, the requirements are going to be far more expansive for social distancing. So I think the only space that's going to work for them is an outdoor space.
Okay.
Wendy, in terms of timing, you mentioned earlier where we are in terms of the tiers, the red tier, the purple tier, drifting back into the purple tier. We at this point could not go forward with the on-campus groups at all, right?
No.
And we
I
would
mean,
have to
partly
wait.
what we're doing is trying to meet the learning continuity plan requirement of having a schedule. The thing that we're finding that it's causing me great anxiety is that until we land on a schedule, we can't start creating the specifics of our COVID protocols. So I need to know, am I planning, for my next step to be 500 kids coming on campus a day or 850? Because those COVID protocols are going to look very different, between 500 and 850. How many stations I have, drop off and pick up, all of that. Then what classrooms do I need to get ready now? Because I feel like no matter what we do, our community, especially our parents, aren't going to really allow for a delay where administration says, oh, kids are allowed on campus, but it's not going to happen for another month because we need to get classrooms set up. Parents' response to that is going to be, what have you been doing for 7 months? And so Jim has gorgeous floor plans. He's got some, model classrooms, but if I need to know if I need to set up all my classrooms or 39 of my classrooms. I need to know if Deborah just posted today for paraprofessionals, if I'm going to have a model where my paras are watching groups of 12, we're going to need to hire some more paras. If I know that it's going to be a hybrid model and we're going to expect that the teachers are doing that, then we're going to have to address how to make teachers comfortable with viral load and how to get their workstation set up immediately. So it's just the devil is in the details, and we're needing to pursue those details. And we can't do that unless we know what we're hanging our COVID protocols on.
Yeah, and I'll just build on that, Wendy. That was so evident to me in our last reopening discussion, because the minute we were close on declaring one, it just opens up the very specific questions on like, okay, well, where in lunch do they go? Do you have the space figured out, et cetera, et cetera? What's the flow? And we need to do a favor for all of us is to declare something, start working on it, hanging the specifics off that model. I do believe that, especially if we get the opportunity to reopen, we don't want to be caught off guard by not having all that figured out. To your point, that parents won't be happy with that at all. So one question I had for Jamie, though, because you've alluded to this, Wendy, about the technology solves possibly that we could consider for the teachers. Does that mean like renting extra monitors and letting them use it, or I don't know if we want to buy a whole bunch of equipment that we're going to not need, but have you thought through the flex that we might need to pursue to give a second monitor so someone can do the lesson but watch the kids, or put it in? I like your idea, Wendy, of a projector in back so that kids could take their eye off their immediate screen. I mean, what are you thinking about in that respect, Jamie? Are you thinking about a flex?
Yeah, I was thinking that we've got computer labs that we're not going to be really going back to shared spaces. So we borrow equipment from there. I mean, we can get really creative in terms of prepping that. We have most of the basics are in place. It's just now configuring them in a space that would be conducive to kids being in front of you and at home. So it's a little bit of a redesign. And I just want to point out that I think I was the first kind of person speaking out against kind of this 2 at once concept, because I just thought conceptually that's so difficult. But then I also wouldn't have thought that we could launch school with 4,000 kids going all online. So I've started to really challenge my own conceptions of what's possible. And I think once we land on something, we can go all in on making this work. And that's what I really need is I just need to know what direction to start, what path to go down. Because even today I was thinking, okay, am I going to need to get voice amplification for teachers? Are they going to need to be able to speak a little bit louder? They're going to be behind a mask. I just need to know if they're not teaching to two groups, then that's off the table. But if that's on the table, then that's this, different road to go down. So once we have that in place, I think we can start really getting all of those nuances prepared. I think anything is possible. Anything that we do is going to be hard in the beginning, but we are adaptable and we will adjust. Even looking at the schedule, comparing them to other districts have fixed lunch by making it a brunch. So they shorten it by 10 minutes. I mean, there's little ways that we can tweak this once we commit to something and start working out the protocols to make it the best fit for us. I feel like what we've been really trying to do is to find the perfect schedule. And we have to just get over that it doesn't exist. I mean, other districts had this done in August because they picked one. And I don't think they went to the level of, trying to think through all the ins and outs of it that we did. And we were just trying to find the one that was, the locking out a schedule. And unfortunately, with all the competing needs of protecting instructional time, trying to build in social emotional, I mean, school isn't going to look how we expect. And we have to make sure that message is out there and then pick the schedule that's going to be the best fit for the most needs that we have in the community right now.
Yeah, if you wait for perfect, you miss good, right?
Mhm.
Adequate at this point. So I think we need to be.
No, that's just not our style. We want perfect, and
Yeah.
I think we're just going to. We have to start with adequate, build to good, and then find ways to perfect good.
I have a couple of questions, Joe, if you don't mind.
Please.
I think you're right, Jamie. There is no. I mean, the perfect is let's go back to everyone at school, everyone's safe, all good. It's not happening right.
Mm-hmm.
So, quick question, Wendy. The teachers that are already at home, working from their homes, did I hear you say they could continue to do that with the cohort being supervised by a paraprofessional?
Yeah, I mean, if we decide that we are going to spend October, November, and December gearing up for a hybrid return, we would stay with exactly the schedule we have. We would have teachers be allowed to, deliver instruction from, the classrooms, if that's what they're doing now, or home. We need those 39 classrooms, potentially, that they're not using. We would set those up. And at the point at which the county says, you can come back in some capacity, what we would do is we would be at the ready to bring back 468 students a day in a cohort of 12 that didn't mix, so we're protecting their safety, and then they would continue to Zoom. It's same schedules. Teachers are still delivering virtual instruction, but they are supervised in a classroom experience by a paraprofessional, and if we're short on those, by a substitute. If we're short on those, by an administrator. So there's no change to our schedule until we start second semester, if we're allowed to by DPH then.
I'm not volunteering, but I have just
I have
kidding.
board member too. Is that what you're saying, Kaiser?
Well, you're welcome, especially
Just
this board member.
But I also wanted to ask, and this is such a pragmatic and practical question, only because, running between classes, trying to make sure if we are on campus, is there enough time? Sometimes I think 5 minutes, is there enough time? Do we have enough restrooms to be able to accommodate the teachers so that if they have only 7 minutes or 10 minutes, is it safe? I mean, I think that's what you're alluding to is once we land on something, can we work out all the details?
I mean, we have to have a really, really tight custodial schedule because we have to get as much deep cleaning done in a half an hour if we, if that's our lunch period, because otherwise it's having, very quiet people come in and wipe down surfaces in an instructional day and not impacting instruction. And how do you do that?
Right.
Because the high touch surfaces are going to need continual cleaning.
Yeah.
And
I totally support. Yeah, I support. We need to land on something because we have classrooms that don't have windows. We have to. Do we keep doors open? Do we want to make sure that our systems are in place? So I totally see that we need to move forward with that. And I appreciate the nuanced level of work that has gone on.
Wendy, do you want us to force rank or do you want us to pick one and go? But just let me know that and then I have a follow-up.
Okay, two things. One is we probably need to extend the meeting because we're coming up on 10:30. And then I don't know. I mean, do you want to do that first or
Let's get that out of the way. Dan, you're really good at that. Do you want to make a motion?
I would. I'll move that we extend our meeting past 10:30 to a maximum of midnight.
Second.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I refuse.
Thanks for being mindful of procedural constraints. Thank you, Wendy. Okay, so then back to I have a question and a follow-up. So do you want us to?
Well, I'm happy to work with whatever the board wants, recognizing that there is no ideal schedule. If you wanted to force rank, we would start with your number one priority and begin to try to implement that. If you want to take my recommendation, the only thing that I would give you pause on is, we are having a plan for kids to come back on campus prior to January 5th, if allowable by Department of Public Health. But that experience is again, incremental. It's coming back in a cohort. It's coming back not mixing. It's coming back to virtual instruction. But you're getting a little bit of socialization. We're meeting some childcare needs. Your kids are getting out of the house. It's not what parents are wanting. It's not what anyone's wanting, but it's health. It's what Farrar is recommending that districts do to minimize spread. And we could do that with I think pretty much no fear of having to shut down if there's any opportunity to reopen prior to January.
That's what I keyed in on, is that we were worried, a couple months ago about what happens when we have rolling closures, rolling reopenings, and all the gyrations and disruption that causes families in terms of planning and adjustment. And if I hear you right, option 2, right? I mean, you stay current as long as we can, but then once we have the option, if we go option 2, it's the best equipped to handle, depending on how we size the cohort groups, how many kids we allow on campus, to allow us to get through any rolling closures and rolling reopenings. Is that accurate?
Right, and then also it allows us to keep the exact same schedule that we have right now, so that we're not disrupting midstream students' instructional experience.
So I heard you say not too long ago you were in favor of 2. Is it okay if I put your principal on the spot?
That's what I was going to ask you to do.
Jim, what's your, and I don't think Wendy will hold it against you if you have a different opinion, but where are you in terms of the 4 things that have been presented? Is it 2? Is it 1A? Is it 1? Just curious.
And I would just say that Jim really here, I have dealt with these schedules ad nauseum and my brain's going to explode, but Jim is our expert. He lives and breathes that campus and he knows our kids and our teachers and all of that. So, Jim, please speak freely.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. It's nice to see you. I'm glad to be here with you. I echo so much of what's already been stated as it regards, that we would wish very much to be back normal and pre-pandemic, and that option doesn't allow us. I come down with schedule number 2, as Wendy did also. I see the advantage of continuing to improve and strengthen the successful distance learning program that we have. I think the opportunity to bring students back on campus to allow them to engage in their virtual learning in classrooms will afford us a whole bunch of action research opportunities to make sure that we're bringing everyone back when that opportunity will come to all of our check-in stations. And so I vote for number 2 if I were a voting person.
That means a lot. Jamie, do we have any public comments?
No, we don't on this one. I was just going to add, just on the teacher side, the certainty that your semester is locked in would mean a whole lot just for mental health, that you're not living on the edge of when am I going to have to go back, that if that's locked in, I think that gives teachers a lot of comfort. So just one more point of information.
Very nuanced point though, because I think that could be lost on folks, that if I have this right, if I don't, please correct me. When you say locked in, the way to think about that is we might be able to allow kids on campus supervised by paraprofessionals and still give some flexibility to teachers to work from home in this model. Is that the way or an alternate classroom? And that's the piece you're giving them, correct?
Yeah. And I don't know if it's the work from home point that I think is so important. It's just that you're not on edge waiting to switch the entire way you're delivering instruction to back being in person into this new way. It's more of a planning and kind of runway approach, is what I was thinking.
And I do want to point out that I think it's very different, and I value all of our teachers equally, but I think it's a very different experience, TK through 6 and 7 through 12. We created a schedule and were able to land on one pretty early on in the elementary reopening committee because those cohorts, are non-mixing. And, we have an hour in the middle of the day to clean the campus. And now that we know that TK through second has a potential opportunity to come back, we're gonna, just, bust out on all those COVID protocols. But for the elementaries, they're not that far out of reach. We sort of have had them all nailed down. We just, we just need to get them implemented. But 7 through 12, if you're talking 60, the best scenario we have is just shy of 60 contact tracings on any given day, with teachers having over the course of 4 days, potentially 120 contacts, and that could shut the school down immediately. So this just gives us time to perfect things, and I think it's to learn from other schools who are going back, with this AB model.
And the students I've talked to, they've expressed that specifically, the concerns about, would the school just get shut down as soon as we come back? What does that look like? That's very disruptive. So I know that's on their minds too. Sorry, Dan, to interrupt.
Dan.
Joe, I just so we can really make it clear, because your last comment, I think, makes me even concerned that we're not being real clear about this, that if we go with Schedule 2 would not be in place until at the earliest January, and that we are not talking about teachers teaching hybrid classes where they're teaching some students and that are there and some students who are not there until at least January. The scenario between now and January would not involve any of those things. The scenario between now and January would just be having groups of students on campus who are supervised, who are Zooming on campus together. I just want to make it clear, because I'm not sure we are kind of mixing apples and oranges, because whatever schedule we decide on isn't really necessarily what we're going to be doing between now and January. We could decide on Schedule 7 in January. But what the point is that we have an opportunity to do this for the next couple of months to see how it would work if we go to Schedule 2 in January. And I think that's the point we need to make clear, is that we're not talking about doing a Schedule 2 or a hybrid model or anything else like that until January. And even then, we may not be allowed to do Schedule 2 in January, and we may not be allowed to bring even groups of 12 on campus. We have to get into at least the red zone before we can even bring groups of 12 onto campus.
Yeah, but we're holding out the opportunity for a campus experience for students. And depending on how many are interested in this very modified campus experience, that will determine the number of days that they could access this opportunity.
And then the other thing I would say is, I was a proponent of Schedule 1A. That was going into it on our committee. That was the one I thought worked best, until you correctly pointed out that the experience is very little amount of time with the teachers. And I think as a parent, I want my kids to have as much time with their teachers as possible, whatever that looks like, whether it's in person or via Zoom or whatever, because really we want the kids to learn from their teachers. So I think that the other rationale of Schedule 1A kind of goes by the wayside when you look at the limited instructional minutes of it. So I agree. I think it kind of makes more sense for us to focus on something like Schedule 2 with an implementation date of January.
Yeah, some of the deficiencies in the 1 and 1A particular, you're right, Dan. I was concerned about the midday drop off and the return on people's time, students and parents, a short period of time with the teachers. Yes, hey, if that was the only way to get kids back on campus, I was open to it. But if we had other options, Wendy, we had some of these conversations, right? The trade-offs. And so it feels like we're going to not perfect, but good, but more importantly, allowing you to start to hang all the pieces on it. I don't want to speak for the rest of the board. I think you are calling for in the agenda that you'd like us to actually either force rank or vote on our preference, right? So you could get going and insert that into the plan for the county, correct?
Yeah,
Joe,
electric work rank.
I'm concerned about what ranking would do to the staff. If we tell them this is a ranking, then are they preparing all 3 or 4 or however many schedules? Yeah, I think we're better off just making a decision on which one to go forward with. So we don't have them chasing their tails on a lot of subjects that may not turn out to be. There's, what do you do with the second choice?
Concur.
Good point.
So I think we've exhausted this. I heard our superintendent and our principal of 912 kind of weigh in on where they like to see things go. And they've been so involved, like a couple of us and many other folks. I think we should vote on one and allow the staff to start to work on that and work through all the specifics. Do I have a motion? Does anyone want to put forward in a motion one of the options?
I would move to adopt our superintendent's recommendation of going with Schedule 2 with the idea that that would be implemented in January, and also pursuing the opportunity for the on-campus experience between now and January to the extent allowed by the county.
Is that the right way to phrase that, Wendy? Is there a nuance there that?
I think it's pretty much laid out on the slides, and if we're just focusing on one schedule, we can articulate the features really clearly to parents, because we'll just be focusing on what we're doing. And I'm sure that there are parents who are not going to like that option, but I think that there are benefits that will be recognized by most.
Okay. All right. So I think we'll tag along on Dan's motion to go with our superintendent's recommendation on Schedule 2. Do I have a second?
Second.
Andrew. Okay. All right, board members, to vote to affirm that direction. Show of hands.
Aye.
Aye. Well, that's big news. Okay, so I think you have your direction. I think we've been listening to the community along the way the last few weeks, in particular, the last few days, if some of these schedules have been kind of released out to the public for debate, and appreciate all the engagement and all the prep on staff. So thank you very much, everybody, on this one.
Joe, before we close this discussion out, just I think we also just need to clarify, I know Wendy already mentioned it, that we're clearly only talking about 7 through 12 in terms of the schedule, that our proposals for elementary school are very different, and we intend to pursue the waiver of TK through 2 as quickly as possible. But that's not anything to do with this or where we are or where we're in the red zone or the purple zone or anything like that. It's a almost completely separate discussion, just in case any parents are wondering. These two are really unrelated.
But we did already approve the direction of that elementary schedule, even if it only opens up incrementally, right? And is there any disagreement with that, Wendy?
No, I mean, I think that we built that to transition seamlessly, and we can really engage in all of the protections required for our TK through 2 students and teachers and staff. And so I think that we can be with fidelity, submit that waiver application.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Dan. All right. Are we ready to move on then?
Just to put it into the record, there were no public comments on this item.
Late breaking comments. Okay. Very good. Thank you, Jamie. Okay. Let's move to item 13D, which is interconnected with all this and all of our concerns about things like social emotional well-being and things like that. And it's the recommendation to reopen LCHS Stadium and Fields. And I'll let Wendy kick this one off.
Okay, thank you. Here again, I want to thank the cabinet and the high school team and the board for their significant feedback. Because our school facilities have been closed due to state and public health orders, we have kept our LCUSD fields and LCHS stadium fields closed as well. However, there's a real interest on the part of the board that you've articulated for the past 7 months of moving forward incrementally and really trying to address some of the social, emotional, and wellness needs of our kids. So with county health putting out a reopening protocol for youth sports leagues, we recognize that the implementation of this protocol would support us in reopening right now, especially the LCHS stadium fields, which would allow our high school athletic teams to begin engaging not in practices and not in matches, but in conditioning and skill building activities. I want to commend the high school administration who's been working with their athletic coaches to design trainings, conditioning and skill building activities which comply with the protocol, and they've prepared and ordered or are in process of ordering any specific PPE that the coaches have requested. Our recommendation or our request is for the board to allow us to reopen the high school stadium and fields to LCHS athletic teams on October 12th. We can be fully prepared to do so at that point. The district administration also desires to then stagger the reopening of the stadium and to its licensees and the field use to the Lackawanna Flintridge community groups on November 2nd. That just gives the high school the full opportunity to get everything in place and totally devote its reopening efforts to just our athletes. And then we would an additional consideration for the board is the possibility of weekend access after the 10-12 reopening to the individual community members of the city and perhaps our licensee per public health protocols. And then sort of to direct staff tonight to bring an item on the 27th, our next meeting, our 27th in October, to reopen all of our field facilities district-wide. And so finally, I would ask that the board review a presentation by our high school administrative team and then discuss the potential reopening of the LCUSD fields and LCHS stadium as I just described. Thank you, Jim and Jason.
Thank you, Wendy and board and everyone listening at home. It gives great delight after nearly 7 months of school closure to be able to come to you tonight with the following presentation that my colleague, Mr. Ito, and our amazing athletic director, Carrie Sachs, have worked so diligently on. We are about to present to you a reopening protocol that we believe begins with student safety, focuses clearly on the safety of the staff, our coaches, and staff that's going to help with intake of students, and is going to start to bring back first varsity athletes and 6-period sport athletes, and then hopefully will lead to an expansion as COVID numbers allow into greater and more participation by the entirety of the Spartan athletic program. Jamie, we wonder if that's something that you wouldn't mind help sharing our presentation, and we're grateful for that. Jason, again, thanks for all of your hard work on this. And we just wanted to kind of orient you right now. Jason and I are going to tag team on this one and just give you this idea that this presentation, we will review kind of some big ideas on these 7 particular points, beginning with the reopening protocols for LCHS sports that I've alluded to some degree, that we are coming with a recommendation that varsity sports that are designated as fall sports by the revised CIF calendar be allowed to return, along with our 6th period sports. We propose to speak with you about phases of reopening, in essence, how we're planning on doing that on a sport by sport basis, the research and action research we've conducted and research through CIF and the youth sports reopening protocols to develop PPE kits, how we're planning on breaking out our equipment and ensuring that it's clean. We want to show you a campus map and then share with you our communication plan. And with each slide, I'll also assure you just a real quick history review of the greatness of Spartan athletics. Dezen right here does score on this play. And so that's good news. Jamie, would you be good enough, please, to advance? Jason, anything I miss on that?
No, just, board and superintendents and everybody else, thank you for letting us present on this. We think it's a really important matter, and we feel like the time is right where we can put forth a good, solid plan to keep our students safe and let them have some fun and engage in sports. So.
Thank you very much, Jason. The 3 elements of this really are to ensure player and coach safety, ensure that we're keeping up with all of the maintenance protocols from our physical site to the equipment and to everything else, and that there's an immense amount of monitoring along with communication that's going to go through this. Jason, we can add anything that we would like, to this. I know we'll speak in greater details as our presentation unfolds about the fact that, and I want everyone in Spartan Nation to hear this, this is really an opt-in opportunity. Any of our athletes who do not, or their families do not feel that this is the right time for them to come back to campus, we'll have no foul or any issue against them. We'll look forward to seeing them when they feel safe and, to return. We want to have everyone understand that this, return to athletics will begin, as it always does, with athletic clearance. We have devised some COVID waiver and paperwork. We want to ensure that parents read very carefully and students do too. We'll ask all of both parties to sign off on it, and we'll be, hosting meetings across the coming weeks if this is allowed to move forward, to inform everyone exactly how this needs to look, and then be out active in its monitoring when we're doing that. And of course, Emmy hits this 3-point shot. You can see the score behind us. Spartans are up. Jason, anything else?
Nope, you got it.
Great. Do you want to go ahead and take this one?
Sure. As part of our reopening plan, we kind of modeled it off of both what the California state is doing in terms of their phases, and also what has been recommended on multiple levels with different sports organizations. And so right now we're in our current widespread all sports closure, but we would like to recommend an October 12th date for phase 1 to open. And as Mr. Cardinal mentioned, it would be for fall and 6-period sports with varsity only. I think one of the biggest things we want to make sure that we're doing is ensuring social distancing and COVID guidelines. And in order to do that effectively, we need to make sure that we spread out this athletes and teams over a period of time from after school and across the campus. And so this allows for individual and team conditioning and skill work with use of balls. The balls could only be between pairs. And so part of the PPE kit that we're going to be giving each coach has sanitation, gloves, masks, etc., to make sure that they're really prepared to ensure the safety and cleanliness of all the equipment that we're using. Once we have a good handle on this fall varsity and 6-period sports, we then want to open up phase 2, where we can have where facilities allow all levels to participate for both spring and lower levels. Talking with the Rio Honda League, as we are the reigning chair, Mr. Cardinal is the president this year, we've been talking about how the lower levels will look as well. And again, given the condensed seasons from 3 to now 2, it's going to be really difficult and challenging to make sure that we have the facilities for all levels. But that's the goal, is to get them as many games as possible and to get them working out with their team. The other big thing that comes out of this phase 2 is that we want to have access to our fitness center. We're very fortunate that our fitness center has a huge opening on the side of it. With the help of Mr. Armstrong and the coaches, we want to provide, again, all the PPE needed to clean the facility well. Mrs. Marcoulier has been doing an amazing job with the custodians and making sure that they have all their paths and everything cleaned. So, thank you to her and all her hard work, and all the custodians' hard work on all that. And then once we have that weight room access, we're just waiting for the Department of Health to give us that go-ahead to resume competition based off the CIF schedule and the Rio Honda League schedule. Now, I think the biggest thing to understand is this is all subject to change for the better and for the worse. Hopefully things really start to die down and we're able to get back to the resuming of competition very quickly. And that competition, again, is going to look very different from sport to sport. So before I kind of jump ahead, Mr. Cardinal, anything else you'd like to add?
Just want to, thank the board for giving us this language in the prior discussion, or discussions, I should say, that there are some nuances to bring forward. A return to Spartan athletics under this model in a pandemic is not a return to Spartan sports as would normally be. As it's indicated on our presentation, Mr. Ito's done such a nice job to describe. Phase 1 is bringing students back to campus to engage in skill work, but not competition or play. It is largely going to be between pairs where there's equipment or balls that go back and forth, but mostly conditioning. And so we went to go do a site visit at one of our Rio Honda League partner schools, Monrovia, to see, and there was certainly a lot of conditioning. And it was pretty hot that day, and all the teams we saw, football, baseball, volleyball, were doing a lot of running because that's certainly allowed in this first phase, but they were running together, and there was definite joy to be seen, and just gratitude that everyone was back to something that looked and felt normal. Jamie, can we move forward? Katie scored that point, by the way. That's silly for me to. We do have, and Jason and Carrie Sachs have done such a nice job to lay out really the kind of activity description by sports. And we can take, really any number of two and put them on a spectrum and speak about, the unique challenges or opportunities with each. Take cross country, where distancing, even if we don't know cross country perhaps as well as we would otherwise wish, can certainly, we can imagine how that can keep distance. Running not as tightly grouped, but rather spaced out, even if running without masks under heavy, kind of physical activity, which is allowed by these CIF health protocols and youth reopening protocols. And something like football looks, significantly different, as does Gavin's, water polo goal that he's about to score here. So, Mr. Ito, anything else that you wanted to share in that regard?
Yeah, no, I think you hit the main point, is that each sport is going to look very differently in terms of what the guidelines say. And so in golf and tennis are going to be a lot easier to resume some type of practice and competition versus football, where, just the linemen alone, the splits between the center and the guards are going to, you can't even do that right now, right? You can't even practice going up against the D line and that sort of thing. And so as we, again, hopefully the LA County numbers continue to go down and Department of Health allows those competitions to resume, that's the biggest thing. And so again, this is all subject to change, and we just want to be as transparent as possible with that.
That's wonderful. And we'll also just, of course, kind of state what I imagine everyone is recognizing. And this is time away from screens. This is time with friends and teammates. This is a return to physical sight. This is all those good things that we have so missed, and is appropriate to focus on skill work and a return to physical stamina in a time where we have not been able to regiment and regulate that for our Spartan athletes. And so we're looking for, if we're able to be able to do this on the 12th or around then, to continue to build stamina and strength so that when seasons do begin, we're ready to go. I think we're ready to move forward. Yep. So again, we've done a lot of work, looking at the various anchor documents that, high school administration ought to look at in identifying what the PPE kits for coaches, regard, how the athletic equipment needs to be, both kind of specified, and then a regimen for cleaning each day. And Jason, any details that you want to add in that regard would be, super helpful.
Yeah, so from our research and from what has been recommended, we developed a PPE kit for all the coaches. We're looking at probably about 80 coaches right now just for the fall and 6-period sports. And as we bring in spring, it's going to increase obviously with that. And so we're getting prepared all of that right now as we speak. Thank you to Mr. Evans and Ms. Hurley for all the work that they're doing, compiling all that PPE for all the coaches, so that we can assign one for each coach. They'll bring it with them each day to make sure that all areas clean and sanitized. And then the other thing that we wanted to also provide for the student athletes is just an athletic equipment list that we want all of them to bring. Again, one of the big things is we want to try to prevent as much equipment sharing as possible. And so we provided this list for them of all the essentials that we think they're going to need. At this moment, all the coaches are also putting together sport-specific lists that they're all going to need to bring. And so as we compile all those lists, we'll share that out with all the students and the families. Again, students who don't have the access to that equipment, we're going to provide stuff for them. The coaches have equipment, but it's just going to be that much more manageable if students bring in their own items. One of the big things is water. We don't have access to water jugs and water bottles communal like we typically do in this early phase. And so, we're requiring the students to bring in, a minimum of 24 ounces of water. Obviously, with that said, if a student forgets, we're having the coaches, and we're recommending the coaches to bring in single-use water for them to have. Again, it's not the most environmentally best practice, but in this time we have to make sure that we're not infecting our students by having one huge Gatorade bottle and everyone passing it around and spraying it on each other. So,
and then just to chime in really briefly, I'm assuming because of this slide, you guys are aware that pep, cheer, And those groups are included if they can fit under the sports teams rubrics.
That is correct, yes.
Because I think that's important for our girls, and that Ferrer pointed that out specifically last week.
Yeah, we have them marked down as ready to go as well.
Thanks.
And we need the enthusiasm of Brittany and Gabby and Haley and Guest from the homecomings of 2 years ago to, return their sound and energy to Spartan Nation. It's been missed for many of these long months. Mr. Ito, anything else on this? I think.
No, I think we got it.
Great. What we'd like to show here is kind of a mock-up of, obviously you can see the Spartan football field and baseball fields and the various temperature taking stations that we would believe we'd want to staff to have, kind of uniform entries for teams. So there's not a lot of commingling. This is where students would be in masks and remain in masks until which point they are under, physical heavy exertion. They'll be socially distanced. When that mask comes down, that distance will have to continue. We believe that we've identified cohorts on the football field, 2 cohorts of 10 athletes at a time, on the varsity baseball field, on the outdoor basketball courts, in the pool, and you can see on the softball field. We would have temperature taking stations where the coaches would be empowered. We'd be monitoring that in the form of Mrs. Sachs and Mr. Monty, our athletic coordinator, with Mr. Ito and myself and Ms. Marcoulier, in addition to other sports staff, to ensure that goes without issue. Jason, anything else we want to just talk about for the good of the order in this?
Yeah, from just, our research on other programs and what they've done, La Cañada is unique in that, one, it's an open campus. And so, having one single check-in station where some schools are having is just not possible, just because of where students are accessing the school. But what we figured is having, a good communication plan from all the sports to let them know exactly what cohort they're going to be in, where they're going to be checking in, having the coaches be a big part of all of that. And if we can spread them out throughout the campus, it'd be easier to do that check-in. It's easier to do that, maintaining social distancing. And then again, as Department of Health opens up more and more, hopefully, activity, we're going to be able to fit more and more athletes in an area. And for example, one of the protocols from the Department of Health is to make sure that the stadium is closed in terms of the bleachers. And so once they open that up, that'll allow for another group of individuals to do some conditioning on stair work, et cetera. Again, both home and visitors. And so the more, again, it opens up, the better it is for our students, and the more access we have to our facilities.
Thank you, Jason. And then finally, so much of this is just going to rely on both an initial, mid, and ongoing communication with all of the stakeholders involved in making sure that this is successful. We'll have a coaches meeting and have been communicating with coaches, but bring them all together so that they hear a uniform kind of level of expectations. We'll be monitoring those very, very closely, doing all that we need to do for adjustments and tightening of protocols that we see that perhaps are not being adhered to. I think we can all appreciate what we're really talking about. Bringing groups of students that have not been physically together under the banner of Spartan Athletics for now almost 7 months, and then asking them to do what they typically do, run around and all of that, and keep distance with masks and all of that. I think that's going to be, obviously something that we just want to continue to stress it to coaches, stretches to parents and students at the various meetings that we'll have. Ensure that there's routine communications through Aries, put all of this stuff up on our website so people can check it. And then, have both in a kind of an exciting and inspirational return to athletics on our various social media, fronts, but also to demonstrate the seriousness of purpose with which we approach this and the need to adhere to these safety protocols, with great reliability. So everyone knows that we are keeping students and staff safe. Jason, anything to add here?
Yeah, no, just echoing what you said, Mr. Cardinal. I think it's one of the most important things to make this all successful, whether it's sports or school reopening, is how well our students and our families support and go through all the protocols like we're supposed to be doing. Same with the teachers and the coaches. You know, it's really a team effort to make sure that this gets done with great fidelity and efficiency. So, you know, we want to really have a good coaches meeting with everyone and to lay out all the rules and protocols that we need to follow and what we're supposed to be doing. And same thing with the parents and students. You know, we all want them back on campus, but with that said, we want to do it safely. We want to do it responsibly. We all take great pride in knowing that you hand over your kids to us, and we want to make sure that they're safe and that they're protected.
It's well stated, Jason. Thank you. So we want to just, you know, anything obviously that we can clarify from, make more transparent our thinking, our practices or protocols, from communication to, you know, setup. Our emails are right here, and we're very much interested in entertaining any questions that the board, cabinet, Wendy, you have, or of course from the community.
Jim, I thank you for the presentation. You and Jason did an outstanding job. I think that one of the things I'm very impressed with is that your reopening protocols are well thought out and safe. It also is very impressive because it gives us an opportunity to test and perfect protocols for kids coming back onto campus for other things, whether it's choir or band or classes. It's nice to start going down that road of testing to see what we need to do to get people back on campus safely. I think it also works out really well for sports because for the most part, the kids are outside and that seems to be the safest place to be. And with the idea of just doing sort of skills and drills rather than games, it allows for a lot of flexibility. The coaches can design things so that the kids stay socially distant. So I think it's a very good starting point. It's a great way to start getting kids back onto campus, giving the connection to campus. So I very much appreciate it. I do have two questions. The first has to do with the timing, and that is, why was October 12th selected? Is that a date that's approved by CIF? Is there something about that, or is that just the amount of time you need to get ready?
I'll ask Jason to amplify that, but I think it was really born of two, perhaps three forces. The first of which is the fires that we've faced, you know, certainly have made air quality conditions so dreadful that, you know, we're even limiting outdoor activities in our day PE classes in grades 7 through 12. And so we had projected, in essence, out. Again, thanks for all the hard work that Jason's done so dutifully and quietly behind the scenes to look at air quality indicators that were going to, you know, mark the 12th, the start of a week that looked like air was starting to get better. So we would, you know, in the midst of a pandemic, to return our athletes to at least healthful air conditions. The second, to be candid, comes from the fact that Rio Hondo League has already opened. They opened in July, they closed down after a week, and they've been now at it for a couple of weeks. And we know that, you know, our Spartans are connected to Wildcats in Monrovia and have been asking questions about, well, you know, is there something that can be done to open them? And as we, you know, began to look more and more at this, felt like this would be, you know, an appropriate time where we did see, not like in July, but rather, you know, different indicating numbers, knowing that we were all worried about that, you know, Labor Day, you know, spike. And I guess the third of force was just, you know, I think born of the confidence that as we were further and further down in the plans of school reopening, this seemed to have made sense. And I'll ask Jason to add anything else that he'd like to share in that regard.
Yeah, I think you got pretty much all of it, Mr. Cardinal. I think one of the big things that we just wanted to make sure is that, one, the numbers were really good. We wanted to make sure it was a good, safe environment for the kids, both for the weather-wise and for PPE. And I think, you know, people take for granted how much that PPE, you know, that organization and the amount of it is going to be. And it's not just a one-time thing. It's a continuous, ongoing process. You know, it's the paper towels and hand sanitizer and gloves and masks. You know, we're going to need constant replenishing of those things. And with all the different coaches, and one of the big restrictions is no movement among coaches on cohorts, similar to what we see with teachers. We're hoping that gets, you know, removed at this time. But when you're thinking of programs like volleyball that have the same coach for both boys and girls, how do we, you know, safely do that with 3 coaches and X number of players? And so I think we're at a point now where that's doable for La Cañada. I think with all the help from Mr. Evans and Ms. Hurley and getting all the PPE done, and so many others that have helped and supported us in that endeavor, I think, October 12th is a realistic goal to get all of that going, have those meetings with the coaches and for the families, to give them opportunities to fill out the waivers and to get athletic clearances done. That has been a tremendous hurdle that many families have had to jump over to get those physicals, because one, they're not available. It's really difficult to get those appointments. And so we want to give everyone that opportunity to do it, and we want to do it the right way. And that's why we're being cautious on that date.
And if we had to start slow, it would give us, in essence, not right around 2 months before the formal, if it's allowed, and if formal competition comes back by CIF's calendar in late December, the start of the seasons. And we felt like if we had to switch students out, come a couple days a week because we only had one coach and that cohorting was the issue, we had time to really build up to that and take a methodical, deliberate and slow approach to bringing our students back so we can do so safely.
I had another question. I don't know if someone else wants to go first or if I should go to my second question.
Go ahead. I'd like to talk after you're done.
Okay, so the second question has to do with the impact on the campus in general. And Mr. Carter, as our principal, you probably are the best to address that. That once you reopen the fields to our own athletes, you are then necessarily, it'll look like we're open. What is your thinking about nights and weekends? And are you going to have the fields open? And are your athletes going to be using them? And how are you going to manage all of that?
It's been a struggle. There's no hide behind that. I fear that the routine workout beginning now and stretch routine is to 1, hop the fence, 2, shake yourself off from hopping the fence, and 3, start running. And that's that's happened a bunch. So we've struggled even during the time of physical closure to keep our sites and fields not being used. That is an issue. We have adjusted the time frame of campus aides to help us in that regard in the evening, rather than having to come in the typical morning where, a non-pandemic, we'd have the arrival and dismissal, and that's where we have the bulk of our staff. They're rather shifting to an afternoon evening shift to keep, fields free. We would think that we would still lock many of them on the weekend, with the recommendation staggered, as Wendy said, for user groups, to where up through November we would really not see, hopefully, too much weekend use. But after that, we still have to figure out how we're going to deal with that, because we would envision that folks would start coming on then, and it would be difficult to lock them down because we don't have supervision on the weekends.
Okay, thanks. So I'd like to, first off, I'm really glad we're taking the time to talk about this step. I've heard so many recent pleas from the community that, given distance learning realities, aren't we doing everything we can to support students and children health and wellness? So I really support this step. I think sports and cheer is a big opportunity here, and but I would challenge us, like Wendy alluded to try and go as far as we can, as fast as we can, in terms of what the county guidelines will allow us. And so in that point, I support, the weekdays, letting, the high school have right of way to get everything set up, and there's no conflict with other user groups, licensees, et cetera. But I actually want us to talk about the benefit of potentially weekends, at least for the community, prior to November 2nd. I'm just hearing so much angst over this, and are we, as the district, being too conservative here? We do share a joint use arrangement with the community, and we are an outlet for other user groups to put things on to get even our younger kids out. And I support not moving to all sites right away too, like the elementary sites, waiting on that. And I would like to talk about that maybe at the next meeting, like Wendy alluded to. So I'd just like to bring it up that I totally support the high school in this. I'm really excited we're doing it. given the county guidelines allow us to go a little farther, I would challenge us to consider doing it for the weekends for the rest of the community, be it licensee or other user groups. I'm just hearing a real pent up demand, a desire to give our kids an outlet when we can, and we support these fields as part of that green space. So it may not be easy, but I like to discuss it. I don't know what people's thoughts are on that, because I just, the mental health question, we discussed a lot of joint use on Thursday. I do agree Jim and the team need no conflict during the week, but I would challenge us to think through the benefit of pursuing possibly something on the weekends and then holding off on the elementary sites till a little bit later.
Joe, are you suggesting before November 2nd, or are you saying opening it up on weekend use starting November 2nd?
No, I'm suggesting that if it's October 12th, for the weekdays for Spartan, everything that they've laid out with their protocols, their oversight, absolutely agree. They go full steam October 12th. I think the recommendation as I read it was to wait, even though county guidelines don't tell us we need to, for November 2nd for everybody else. And I'm suggesting for a little tweak to that give the high school during the weekdays right away and that with no conflict, that if they bleed over to the night that there's user groups involved and how to do all that. But I think we could challenge ourselves that the weekend would be okay. I know Jim just mentioned some concern about locking up, and we could work through that if we could work through that properly with the city. I just see so many benefits health and wellness wise for our younger ages, even though there's not organized sports lower than that. These user groups touch all of our elementary kids, and there's baseball, there's softball, there's soccer, there's a lot of groups, and that we hold the keys to that, to a lot of these fields across. So I'm proposing the weekends we open up for the other user groups on the 12th, if we can all do that. Not the weekdays, we wait till November 2nd, like what it calls for.
Joe?
Yeah.
So you're advocating weekends for user groups. Are you advocating then we'd leave the fields open for people to use it, even if they're not in a organized?
Well, I think we could discuss what that looks like. Is it permitted basis where they had to go through the joint use and the city permitting process to get access? So maybe there's a compromise there that says open to permitted access, and permitted access implies that if the understanding that those groups are permitted will follow all necessary county guidelines, PPE, and all the other components that go through that. But reality is we have opened up FIS and Cornershon to the community.
And yes. FIS and Cornershon for user groups, they do have to go through the city and use all the protocols. For independent, people walking the track or whatnot, they just acknowledge that they're going to follow the protocols. But for any organized youth sports, they are going through that with the city.
Yeah.
In that aspect, them being on the weekend might keep others from coming on.
I mean, I'm just kidding.
Is there impact on the school if we're open on the weekend? Do we have custodial staff you'd have to shift back to covering weekends, keep people locking, unlocking? Because I guess I see it that we always do things incrementally, and I fully support the idea of opening the fields to the community as soon as possible. But it seems like it's going to be challenging enough to open the fields to our own user groups where we monitor our coaches. We can make sure they're doing everything safely. They're using the right entrances, the right exits. They're being screened. If we try and do the same thing on the weekends, I have no idea what happens. It just sort of opens everything up, and we have to start having our staff deal with what do we do on weekends when we're still trying to figure out what we're doing with our own athletes. And it seems to me that our priority and our obligation should be to our own students. And yes, I think that our community benefits from using the fields, and I think we should get back to that as soon as possible. But it seems to me a reasonable first step to have our own athletes using the fields.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree. I think as soon as possible, you just said, could be October 12th, because I don't know what would change at November 2nd. They would still have to, demonstrate compliance with protocols. We're not asking I don't think a joint use requires the staff of the high school for any oversight of the fields at that point, right? I mean, they're not coming in and making sure who's using it, the permits. It's to my understanding, it's kind of hands off at that point, unless maybe there's some exceptions to that. But I don't know. I just feel tremendous responsibility that if we talk all of our students and emotional social well-being. All of our students include so many kids below the 9th grade level and 7th grade level. And I just feel a tremendous sense of need, especially distance learning. I think in the summer, I was a little bit more conservative, that go incremental, let's be careful. But I'm hearing so many stories right now that these kids are pent up and families are looking for things for these kids to do, to get them out of the house, to get them network with their friends, to get started. And they still have to comply with county guidelines, right? All that would still be in place, just drills, just conditioning. But I just think we have a responsibility to go as fast as we can here. We've been saying we're going to go as fast as we can at every angle. And I think it would come across as slow playing it if we wait until November when the county allows this.
So I think what I heard us say was we're going to go as fast as we can in a very thoughtful manner in regards to getting our students back into school in an education format. And I do understand that extracurriculars are a component of education. I actually have 2 questions for our administrative site administrators here. One, I appreciate the presentation, very well thought out and presented. Jason, thank you, and Jim. But quick question, based on a lot of this, the data and a lot of the reports that have come out over the last couple of months, the cleanliness, PPEs, keeping everything clean and safe and sanitized is important. But really, we were looking at air particles or aerosolized particles. And so, yes, we talk about social distancing, but have we articulated that when we're doing even conditioning, social distancing has to be at least, well, definitely more than 6 feet. And I'm not in the medical field or in the immunology field, but I just think that has to be thought out. And I'm assuming you guys have thought that out, but I don't want to assume. Okay.
Yeah, Jason, you want to take it?
Sure. Part of the Department of Health guidelines state that all activities should be 6 feet apart, and any type of rigorous activity should be 8 feet or more. And so we're recommending that 10 feet coaches should be able to spread themselves out, and I think we have the space to do that. Also, with the Department of Health guidelines state that during rigorous activity you could have your face mask down. That's something that we're very obviously we want the safety of our students, but at the same time, rigorous activity also means rigorous breathing. And so, having them spread out in a great way, not facing each other, is what we're recommending for all of our coaches to do. And so that covers the distance.
Okay, I think that's thought out, but I think that there's nuances that have to be worked out once you get students back. I'm not opposed to having students back. I do think that the 12th is really quick. If you guys have the infrastructure in place, I completely trust you in that regard. So that's not an issue for me. I still question it. But Joe, I go back to from the 12th on weekdays with our students, we still have to work out nuances, because even if I'm doing paired as conditioning and I have let's say a soccer ball or even volleyball or something in my hand, I'm breathing on the ball and it's going to somebody else. And there's a lot of things that I'm thinking through as everyone was talking that I think we have to be careful of before we even open it up. And I hear what you're saying about the community, but I look at us, the district representative, our responsibilities are to our students and the usage of the facilities, how our students can use it. And I know we have an agreement with the city and the joint use, but I think we need to figure out how to accommodate and manipulate and change and adjust over a 2-3 week period, and then look and see how we open it up to other users. And I know that we don't have a responsibility theoretically on our campuses when joint use.
There's no oversight.
I know that, but practically speaking, I've seen those fields afterwards. And our staff and our people are really doing a lot of work to try and make sure either a door is locked, a gate is locked, a bathroom is cleaned. I think that that's a component of it that's always been an issue as long as I've been a part of the district with this joint use. So yes, we have very responsible members of the joint use teams that are using our facilities. They are so committed to making sure the facilities are safe, but things happen and things get left behind, and you're just not sure. I just think that we have to work that through. I'm not that comfortable with coming in with weekend use as early as the 12th.
Can I ask a question to Jim and Jason? I'm just bringing, thinking of this on the weekends. Like, what if some of our teams wanted to do extra practice on the weekends? Would that be allowed? Or is that not, that's not part of the deal, what we're talking about?
I mean, it's supposed, cohorted during kind of supervised times. So in order for that to take place, we're recommending a week program because we want to be able to supervise it. And I mean that quite literally. We want to be able to supervise it in addition to Carrie, of course, who's oversees athletics at the high school, and Adam, who supports her, and the coaches. So Jason, I don't know if you see that differently.
Yeah, no, I think for the beginning phases, we definitely want to keep it within that week. But with that said, once joint use starts coming in and our hours get restricted, once competition starts coming into play, obviously Saturdays are going to be a big part of CIF sports, just as they normally are throughout the year, whether that's wrestling matches and track competitions, etc. So at some point that weekend is going to get tough, especially if we go back to competitions. And even in competition, still there are regulations about trying to maintain distance, again, sanitizing of balls and equipment, trying to limit all that sort of thing. So it's staying within the week, but it's as we get closer to it, it's going to be something that we're going to have to take into consideration.
And I think, Brent, what your question, just we're grateful to get it. This is going to be part of the challenge, because right now we're operating under a system that everything's closed. I mean, quite literally, we've taken the hoops off the outside basketball courts. But when we open, we're starting to open, and that gives the implication that folks could come on Saturdays. Well, coach isn't there, and sure, we'll have the captain distance, but that's what we want to make sure there's no safety protocol there that we're overseeing. So Spartan Athletics has a particular time and place and way of going that we're going to ask for all of our athletes to adhere to, and trust the better angels of their nature to ensure that they're not coming in off hours.
Jason and Jim, with the limited cohorts, what does your schedule look like afterwards? Because if you're talking about user groups coming on November 2nd, what's that time frame going to look like with the user groups? Because there's only 10 per cohort, or 12?
Yeah, 10 per cohort, and it is going to be tight. And depending on how the schedule looks and how many levels we're able to do, some programs aren't going to be able to practice every single day just because of the use of facilities.
And joint use has come on at 5:30.
I think I would wish to say 7:30, but it's been 5:30.
5:30. But I remember we kind of worked it out last year, so I just wanted to kind of.
Yeah, at the high school, we said 5:30.
Okay.
And just so the governing board and cabinet and Wendy knows the full measure of we're just really trying to be thoughtful about this. Everyone appreciates now that we're in distance learning on a Monday, Tuesday, Friday. The instructional day ends at 1:35. On block days, it ends at 1:15. We have literally an office hour that falls. And so because we, understand that that's such a valuable part of the support that our students can get, we do not want to begin scheduling our practices that would step on the office hour and prevent our athletes from being able to access their teachers. And so we would envision that we would start this, around 3:00, which will allow the office hour to conclude, get a quick snack, get dressed, come to campus, queue up, go through the station, be ready at your station, let's say at 3 or 3:05 for an hour's worth of practice, while we have perhaps a second court coming, for 4:00 start time, and that's how we'll kind of organize it. It'll be somewhat of a mini master schedule of practice times and cohorts, dividing teams by size so that we can do this safely. And, to Dan's question at the start, why October? We knew we were going to need some time to adjust that and continue to clarify. We want to start small so we can grow big safely.
And just to add another thing to that, Mr. Cardinal, a lot of programs aren't doing the breadth that we're doing. Some of them are just starting with some of the fall sports, but we see the benefit of adding in those CIF year-long classes. Again, some of those are spring and winter sports, but we know how valuable that time is for those coaches and for those students. And so, we are casting a little bit larger net for all of our athletes. And, we're hoping that if we do it incrementally with varsity only, we have that opportunity to grow again, as everyone mentioned, as quickly as possible.
Baseball, softball, and basketball would be the examples of those kinds of sports, not exclusively. Sorry, Dan.
Jim and Jason, just a question about, it sounds like you're assuming that you're going to have to finish practices by 5:30. Would you want the time to continue going beyond 5:30? And I think that may be very possible, because I know AYSO Region 13, that uses the fields a lot during our fall, is not conducting a fall program this year. AYSO Region 13 is conducting a skills and drills program using the fields of the parks in Pasadena that are permitted under the parks. So I don't think there's any plans for AYSO to be using the high school fields. I don't know what other user groups might, but I think it's certainly worth exploring as to whether it makes sense for our high school athletes, because there are so many of them pushed into one small time frame, to see if perhaps working a little bit later might make sense.
Dan, wait a second. Dan, I'm sorry, Jim. So you're saying that Pasadena is using, they have access to fields for their kids to go out and do things, right? What are we doing in La Cañada? That's where I'm struggling, because you just mentioned, I know that Pasadena doesn't have the constraints of joint use and school sites. I'm just scratching my head a little bit, because
I see kids at Memorial Park. I see kids at all the different throughout the weekend. So I'm seeing kids in groups, distant, with parents watching at the parks. Is that what you're talking about, Joe?
Well, no, anyway, so a structured drill. I know things are happening in Glendale Sports, past all around La Cañada. So parents are getting, this is part of the feedback I get. It's happening all around us, but La Cañada is constrained. Right now, they have to be talked through the issues of the joint use, and I'm able to do that. I'm saying, look, this is your school sites. We have other concerns. School sites are closed, so they get all that. But LA County is loosening up, and everybody around us is doing it, and we're having to defend. It's harder and harder when there's so much pressure to get kids out. And students, our students are up and down K through 6 in many of these situations, right?
I hear you.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, Jim, go ahead.
Joe, just let me explain what I was saying. AYSO Region 13 encompasses Pasadena, Altadena, and La Cañada. So La Cañada kids play in AYSO Region 13. They sometimes play on fields that are in Pasadena, sometimes Altadena, sometimes La Cañada. The city of Pasadena has its own health department, so they have their own health regulations, and they can permit programs differently than the county. In La Cañada, we're under the guidance of the county, so we have to follow the county guidance. Because of that, AYSO Region 13 has been permitted to play a skills and drills program in the city of Pasadena on the city park fields. So my point was really not about there isn't pent-up demand, because I totally agree with you on that. My point was just that there may be more of an opportunity for our own teams to use the fields later, because AYSO won't be using them.
Hey, Dan, are you aware if our licensee, who's been paying all along, are they still paying, Mark, by the way? Is our licensee on the soccer programs?
My understanding, they are. I told them that they was not required because we weren't having them access the field, but I understand that they have been continuing to pay.
Is there any, have you been fielding any concerns over them not having access? Because they've been benefiting us by paying all along, and they're not getting access.
No, they've stayed in touch to find out what our status is and all. And they were, I reached out to them after joint use to talk about, if this, even when the stadium opens, is it a problem that public is walking around? And their response was that in the other places where they do practice, that's common because they're in public park spaces. So they didn't seem to have much concern about that. They came up with joint use.
Yeah, I think, Joe, to answer your question directly, they would like to get back to using the stadium as quickly as possible, as quickly as we'll let them do it. But they also do have other facilities that they are using currently, including facilities in Glendale. So they are using other facilities while waiting for our stadium to open. They've been very good tenants and very good neighbors by recognizing that we're in sort of a tough spot where we can't open the facility to them if we're not opening it to our own athletes. So I think that's where they are. They understand the position, and they would like to continue being good tenants and good lessees and use the field as soon as it's available to them.
Yeah, I'll support where we go. You guys keep on bringing up public health in Pasadena, they can do that. But now if LA County is our public health organization, they're allowing us to be open and allowing groups to use fields. I just feel we're being more conservative when we need to, when there's such a, not just pent up demand, but health and wellness. I'll table my conversation there. I'll go with what the group, I can sense that that most people would like to wait until maybe the 11/2 timeframe and work out the kinks. I'm not sold on all the arguments, but again, I'll go with the flow in terms of what you guys think the collective group thinks best. And I do, but first and foremost, want to see our own high school athletes, our own students get this opportunity started in October 12th. Let me be clear. That's what I want to come back to. That's the main issue at hand. So I do absolutely get behind what Jason and Jim have proposed to get us started, Spartan athletes get going.
And I'm not opposed to opening the fields to recreational uses on weekends before that date. I just want to make sure that it doesn't impact our ability to get our own athletes back. And right now, it seems like we've got to make sure we do it right so our own athletes get back correctly and that our procedures sort of work out. And as soon as we can get the other fields open, that's great. I just I don't want to burden our own staff if there is an additional burden to that.
Yeah, there's a lot of details and things to consider, and the joint use groups have been amazing. And like you all said, I think for an example, in spring sports, you're going to have both lacrosse, you're going to have track, and then both boys and girls soccer trying to use the field, and in a 2.5 hour time span. And so, we can try to spread it out as best as we possibly can, but if the guidelines are still what they are, it's going to make it really challenging for practices. And again, we want to have those groups on, and we want to be able to support our community as well, because that is the hub of our community, is that stadium, and so many groups want to use that. And so I just think there's a lot to consider in all those things. And, we're happy to help and work with everyone to make sure that everyone gets what they need.
Yeah, and that's an important point. I know the user groups are already talking. This is a byproduct of the joint use discussion that I think everybody is aware that the high school sports will be double stacked in the spring, and that they haven't done the permitting process. But what the city did ask for, just for everybody's awareness, to pull that permitting process up a few, 2, 3, 4 weeks, so they can start to navigate that and make sure Carrie's involved, and that wherever we can, that everybody's going to work together. This is an anomaly of a year, compounded with some other things going on around bond. And there's going to have to be real tight coordination, and the groups I can sense are all trying to work together, recognizing there's the double stack going on for the high school, trying to catch up in the spring. So if you hear otherwise, or you see otherwise, please let us know. Dan and I represent on the joint use, and we have all the appropriate relations, I think, with the city folks in terms of that process.
Joe, one question I didn't ask, I asked why they chose the date of October 12th. I didn't ask why there's a recommendation of November 2nd for public use. Is there something significant about that date, or is that date something that would make sense to make it a little earlier, or what is it? Where did that date come from?
That was just sort of arbitrary in that our next meeting is October 27th, but we could hold a special and move things up if the board so desired.
Well, I guess my question is, I don't know if there are any user groups organize user groups who could start before that date. And if there are, then I think we should consider it. If there's a user group that would like to start using it before that, I just don't know. I mean, if our goal is to try and get the kids out there, the younger kids playing, I understand why we'd want to do that. But I think as long as we're focusing on making sure our athletes come first and get out there first and make sure we take care of that first, then I think as soon as we can, we should get everyone else out there.
What if there's a way to navigate it where 11/2 to 10/27 is for any discussion beyond the high school fields? And if there's any group, is there a way that we can manage this? If no group comes forward, then it's a non-issue. I hear some groups want to do things like clinics and some things on a Saturday. So I am aware that there's some ideas being formed pretty quickly, but maybe there's a way that you would allow something to be brought to mark as I don't know. I'm just trying to be creative and try to go as fast as we can if there's a legit need. It may be a moot point and no one wants to go before 11/2, right? Maybe there's a way, Dan, we leave at 11/2, but by exception, they could ask Jim and Mark if Saturday, could be used. I don't know. Maybe there's a remedy there if the legit need comes up.
Well, and I was going to be in communication with the city, depending on how the conversation goes, as to, what they would need to know if we were going to have user groups come on, because they'd have to go through the protocols and make sure the user groups are following those requirements, whenever that date is.
Yeah, and I think soccer has most of the permits right now, so soccer would also have to agree to, if that opens up, to give either for their own groups or different groups, they'd have to be in the process, because I know that they've lost out on some of those field space times that they traditionally have.
And can I ask for clarification, since I'm going to be communicating with the city, if we went with the November 2nd date for user groups, does that then include weekends as well as evenings? Or is it just the evenings?
I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm some 11. If it's open, it's open. It includes the weekends, because you have some of the lower youth sport groups that would be very interested on Saturday and Sundays. I know that for a fact. And doing some clinics to get them out and get them socialized with their friends and things like that. So
yeah, I just don't want to make any assumptions. That's kind of what I was assuming, but I don't know if that was what the intent was.
Mark,
and the school steps out of it, then I think you let the city run their normal process. And then what happens is, my understanding is, based on our joint use discussions, Mark, that if a group wants to do something, they have to demonstrate to the city they can comply with the LA County guidelines as they currently exist.
That's how the people who are permitting FIS are doing it, yes.
I think, Mark, that our interest would be to allow our athletes to practice later in the evening if they want to. So perhaps what our response back to the city should be is that the city normally permits weekdays use for public or for user groups starting at 5:30, but we would have an interest in pushing that later. I don't know, Jim, how late you go, 6:30, 7:30, something like that. That might be another way to get some more time for athletes and also accommodate the community desire on weekends.
We could surely use it all, and that would just ease the burden and tightness around, making sure everyone has equal access to opportunity to practice.
And Jim, on the weekends, Jim, are you having any issues with people accessing the fields? I know they're closed, but what does that mean?
They're still accessing them, and we hear reports from Deputy Mateka from time to time that the sheriff's had to run some folks off.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen a remarkable impact on trash cans, and bathrooms are all locked. And so
are we better served by having user groups who are kind of permitted through the city there, who are kind of our regulars? Does that?
I hear that we are primarily, a physical plan in sight to serve the students of Lafayette High School and Lafayette Unified, but we are also, in a great town and a great community, and understand the special place that the high school, lives in that. And so my feeling is, if we were able to get through November 2nd, no user groups during the week, so we could, really make sure we've got a nice schedule for our athletes, that would be our preference. And then what happens on the weekends, I would agree with, all the comments suggest the cities run their natural process.
I completely support that. I completely support 11 to school owns it during the week, give them right away, get it all figured out. Don't conflict with any user groups. Don't introduce that complexity. I was just banging my head on why not possibly the weekends, giving a little bit more back to the community in that front, because they're the pent up demand, the social. I would completely support, and I know we'd have to work out something the weekends, but I just keep on coming back. I think we can figure it out. There's a lot of smart people around town that would be willing to accommodate whatever request. If it's pick up trash, if it's do something so it's not on the custodial staff, lay that out as a condition of, opening something up on the weekend. I don't know. Just a thought.
Well, I hate to say this, but it is 11:40 and we still have another item on the agenda before we go to consent.
Okay. Fair enough. And I've been a contributor to this delay. I know that. And I appreciate you guys.
It's not a delay. No. I think these conversations are extremely important, and our community partners are extremely important. And your comments are valid, Joe. They're very important. But I think we need to address some of the nuanced routines that we have to go through and protocols we have to try and iron out as we open up.
With that regard, I'd make a motion to adopt the staff recommendations as to the protocols for reopening the fields for our athletes as discussed tonight by our staff.
Second that, but I think there's a public comment too, maybe before we call the vote.
Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, we have one public comment from David Haxton, community member, and he writes that he'd like to be able to run around the track during school hours while school is 100% remote.
He can run around FIS right now, correct, Mark?
Yeah, FIS is open, but during the day, those are actually leased properties too, but people do use them during the day. They interact with the LCP. But our facilities generally aren't open to the public during the school hours as part of the joint use.
So noted, Mr. Haxton. I think, yeah. So Dan, your motion is to
adopt the staff recommendation
as the agenda item reads with 11.2, right?
Yes.
For, is there any way to put an exception process in to ask Mark and Jim for the community they will entertain possible exceptions if they get brought to them for the weekends?
I'm fine with that if Mark and Jim want to take that extra work on.
Well, I think if there were weekend users who were user groups, I would probably route them through the city.
Right.
That would be their protocol. I mean, we wouldn't make them do our facilities use because the city typically does that for the user.
Yeah, if it could be reframed slightly to that effect, I'm happy, and we don't touch elementaries or any of that until possibly the 1027. But I don't know how to word it correctly so everybody be happy. Exceptions can be brought to the city. Requests can be brought to the city for consideration by the schools for weekend use prior to 11.
I think the problem, Joe, is that if we are opening the fields up as part of joint use, they're also open to public use.
Yeah, to Mr. Haxton's request, yeah.
And not that I'm opposed to Mr. Haxton's request. I think we just have to recognize that if these fields are open on weekends, they're open to everyone, including permitted user groups.
That's true.
Right. They would be open to everyone. If you have a permit, though, those people have access and priority, right?
That would be the only way to classify permitted, but then I'm not wanting to discriminate against the public at large for their legitimate use either. So I get the conflict. Let's move forward with the agenda item as written. I'm comfortable with that. And if we have a need or a special or something else that has to come out, then we'll talk about it separately. There's trade-offs all over this place in this issue, so I get it. So go ahead, Dan, if you want to make your motion.
I would move that we approve the staff recommendation.
Second.
Who's our second? I didn't see.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's move on. We have a time check, 11:44, and we need to do the reopening. We have to go to the reopening and safety plan 13A. Wendy.
Yeah, and I can go through this pretty quickly. Jamie's going to scroll through the PDF, and I'm just going to point out a few things. Basically, I'm very, very appreciative of all the hard work that's been done by our administrative team to create this plan. This plan is required, I know, for elementary waiver applications, and it's going to, I'm sure, be required for any kind of reopening throughout the district. So go quickly through the table of contents and background information. We describe instructional program, social emotional well-being, family and community engagement, health and safety, facility cleaning and disinfecting. On the next page, we have background information, and we really looked to the LACO planning framework for the 2021 school year, as well as, and they identified there on page 4, their key areas for focus, and we followed those. The Stronger Together plan on page 5 from the state, California Department of Education, was also thoroughly referenced in our plan. On page 6, I'd like to just really bring people's attention to those names as the committee members who have worked so hard to support us in all of these efforts. If you go to page 7 through 9, you have our instructional program and the elementary schedule and the elementary virtual learning requirements, all of which have been, major features of our virtual reopening, and will transition seamlessly to our hybrid model at the elementary level. On page 10, we focus on our secondary program. You'll see on page 11 the schedule that we committed to tonight to maintaining through the first semester. And on page 12 is just a little bit of reference on our draft reopening schedule, followed by page 13, which is our watermark draft that we will substitute with the schedule that we adopted tonight. And then on 14, you have your school, your LCUSD 712 distance learning requirements. Really good work by Ed Services and all of our principals and our reopening teams. The school reopening plan talks about safety enhancements, instructional materials, all the trainings that we've engaged with staff. Gave on page 16 some devoted or in dedicated attention to our special education program, our English language learners. Our foster and homeless youth populations are extremely small, but we are mindful of their interests and their needs in this difficult time. 17 takes us exactly to one of our major areas of focus, social emotional well-being. Diversity, equity, inclusion is a core value in our programs. And then timely after our last discussion, all of the athletics and extracurricular activities, including CIF, are highlighted with excellent links to many of the programs and protocols referenced by Jason and Jim, found on page 18. 19 is family and community engagement. A huge shout out to our PTA and PTSA for all they're doing to keep families engaged. We continue with our family learning series and our parent education training, and really working to try to systematize communication throughout the district so that families are in the know during this remote time. On 20, can't thank our tech department enough. They are all places everywhere providing needs across the board. And so there's some specific information related to technology, devices, and all of that. Beginning on page 21 and going for some time, much thanks to Mark and Karen and Deborah and the site principals for really outlining our health and safety plan. So you see that on 21, 22, really some COVID requirements that we'll be referencing as we develop specific protocols now that we have schedule details. Many of these are referenced specifically by and required by Department of Public Health. And so you can see these details on page 23 and 24 are critical for Department of Health being able to understand that we're committed to implementing the protocols that they've required with fidelity. Social distancing comes in on page 25. Got some nice diagrams of how classrooms will be socially distanced and PPE will be implemented. Some of the signage on page 26 that we have planned and implemented and to be implemented at all of the sites over the next couple of weeks. Campus procedures, these will get formalized. They're all there right now, but we have to just get the details figured out for campus procedures, pre-screenings, students and families, staff. A lot of these are sort of guidelines for families to make sure that you're not attending campus when you're sick, things to check for. Visitor protocols on page 29. 30, we reference our sub protocols. Those have all been really detailed by HR. Our COVID-19 response plan gets even more specific as we look to really clear protocols for contact tracing, for doing all that we need to for exposure management plan. And Mark's done a great job of making sure that that's in place. Our compliance team is listed on page 32. And then we have a little bit of detail related to facility cleaning and disinfecting. All of our HVAC systems have been upgraded. We've gone from MERV 8 to MERV 11. Mark's checking out places where we can go to MERV 13. Our food services, as Mark indicated, is active and really keeping community together. That's detailed on page 34. We've got some great references in our appendix on page 35 And then we will continue to augment the plan with outstanding charts and protocols that are pathways, easy ways for families can see, how decision trees on how to make decisions to ensure safety at home and at the school environment. So it's a living document. We'd ask that the board adopt it on first read. It has been distributed to all staff and all families. We will redistribute it whenever major updates are made. And I'm just really proud of the efforts of our entire community in putting this together. And it's further evidence of us being at the ready to pursue reopening whenever possible.
I think it's a fantastic document. It's been a pleasure to, publicize and merchandise it to folks like the PTAs and their involvement. And I've encouraged everything where I've been able to people download that and really understand it and internalize it, because we're all going to have to play a role in bringing this to life, be it parents, it's students, et cetera. So congrats to the team. I think it's very thorough, read it end to end a couple different times, and it's a great resource for everybody. So great job.
Thank you.
The only comment I would add, I agree with all that, is that now that we've approved the second plan for the high school, and Wendy, you and I were talking about this a little bit yesterday, but for the group, and because it is now the adopted plan, at least for now, is because teachers are just delivering virtual instruction to the people in front of them and the people at home for the first 40 minutes on those block days, I think it's worth exploring how to leverage outdoor space for those 40 minutes, because you don't need to have all of your equipment outside. You don't need to have all of the whiteboard and everything, because the teacher can be in their classroom doing their thing, and it's broadcasting out to kids who are simultaneously scattered across the campus and also scattered across La Cañada in their homes. Obviously, you'd have to account for supervision and how you supervise a campus. You'd have to make sure that kids truly were distanced. Wendy brought up a good point yesterday about maybe we draw circles on the ground in the high school and everyone just shows up and takes their circle, claims a circle. I think there's ways. We haven't really gotten too deep into leveraging outdoor space, because I think we've always thought of it in terms of the limitations on truly replicating an instructional experience outside. But if we've gotten beyond that, if now it's actually just we're trying to give kids a supervised place to learn, and then be able to be close enough to their teachers that when they get to the guided practice portion of the day, they can just navigate themselves to a classroom. It seems like it just opens up that possibility in a way that it wasn't, prior to adopting that schedule.
Yeah, I think there's potential. We talked about it a little today in cabinet, and I talked about it with Jim. There's some connectivity issues and bandwidth issues outside, but we'll explore, what we can leverage and try to think outside the box.
I have a question. This report looks great. Great work here. I just have a question. I don't see just all the safety on the COVID-19 protocols, and that's great. But Jim, I just wanted to ask you, in terms of all the safety we worked on the Safety and Security Committee for, God forbid, an active shooter, with all the room assignments changing and hybrid and different teachers in different places. Do we have the typical safety protocols in place? Does anything change with this? Or, do we need to do any additional planning?
I mean, it's certainly a great reminder that we always have to go back and review that. I would think that, as we're bringing students back on, we will replicate as much as possible that happened pre-pandemic, in the hybrid model. And in that regard, campus aides, supervision, teachers out, administration out, that all is unchanged. I do think that there's something, as we begin to think about a more expansive learning environment that stretches the, students perhaps across the entirety of the physical plan, that does need to get rethought about, through the lens of, I think, of safety and security. I don't know that tension is one that would, prevent us in the pandemic because of the potential advantages of, allowing learning to happen outside. I don't necessarily know that we would automatically shut that down, but that does have to get balanced.
Yeah. And just Brent, to your point, it's like, we're not going to have the great shakeout on October 19th, but we have reminded principals to make sure that the staff who's on campus are reminded of earthquake safety protocols. And so I think that that's an important reminder that those plans and those procedures that we've worked so hard to develop need to be reminded to folks and also readjusted where appropriate, especially as we engage in these plans. So that will be something to look at, and probably in addition to this plan.
Okay, thanks.
You're on mute, Joe.
Thanks. Guilty. So any other comments? Because you're asking really formal action to adopt it, correct?
Yeah, first read out adoption.
Okay. As long as we incorporate some of those thoughts that you've picked up. And I think this is unlike the other plan that we're submitting to county. This legitimately can be more of a living, breathing document, correct? And we can revise on our own, and you're open to that, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then what we won't submit this to Department of Public Health, but we'll reference it. And so that they audit us or they come visit our sites, they'll probably ask to see it. So we need to have it. Potentially that's elementary waiver might ask for a copy of it, but I don't know yet. But it is a requirement for all districts to have it.
All right, then. Do I have a motion to adopt?
So moved.
How about a second?
Second.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
Job. That's great.
Okay, well, with 3 minutes left, I think we have the one we had to make a decision on is consent agenda. So I know that you submitted a new personnel report. Hopefully everybody had a chance to pick that up before we started or during the meeting. So assuming that's the case, we are adopting that amended. This is really an amended personnel report inside of the consent agenda. So do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Brent. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, so then let's just have a couple minutes on communications. All right, here we are in the witching hour, 11:58. I'll do a quick round robin. Brent, anything on communications?
I'm good.
Okay, Keitzer. You're on mute.
I'm
That
good.
means no? Okay, Dan.
I'm good.
Andrew?
Also good. Thank you.
Okay, well, speaking of Andrew, I did want to congratulate Andrew on a couple things. First and foremost, to his recent engagement to his partner, Danny.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I know that was,
Thank you.
I wanted to formally acknowledge that, and I probably should have done the front of the meeting. I apologize at the tail end, but don't.
No, it's very, very, very kind of you. Thank you.
And then second, I thought Anthony might bring this up, but congratulations on your dad's appointment to the LA District Court.
Thank you.
So Mr. Stanley Blumenfeld making a big mark in the family. So please pass along our congrats to him as well. Okay.
I will. He'll appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. That's all I have. How about cabinet? Unease? Okay, Mark?
Yeah, so you didn't cover enough things tonight. I'm going to come up with some sessions on delivery methods for bond, because we're going to be going out to bid soon. And then we're also going to probably need to do a little seminar on trans and cash flow, because those will be challenges we face starting next June. So those will be new and exciting topics to bring to you and mention to ahead.
I'll won't be holding my breath, but okay. Just teasing. All right, who I missed here? Did you have anything to add, Jim, by chance?
Grateful for the support for Spartan Athletics, and as always, go Spartans.
Yeah, great job there. That's awesome that we're moving forward there. Jamie.
Yeah, two things. I'm sorry. First, the broadband subcommittee. I just wanted to update everybody on that. I'm meeting with the city council group tomorrow, and they've added somebody from JPL. So that adds a little bit more power to our group. And then in the following week, we're going to be meeting with AT&T. So it's a group that's gaining a lot of momentum, which is really exciting. So I'll have more updates on that next time. And then also Dan and Brent are working with me on the board committee optimization, the board meeting optimization. So we'll have updates for that in a coming meeting.
Can you also have something you want to clarify on paper?
Oh, just that we've had 338 tutoring sessions in the first kind of 10 days of launch.
Perfect.
And some kids are even joining before school and getting math
Wow.
help at 6 a.m. It's pretty awesome.
That's
Hey,
great.
Jamie, just for your meetings with the internet, it appears, at least in our household, the problem is now it's not the download speeds, but the upload speeds.
For
And
sure.
our upload
Yeah.
speeds are just terrible during the early part of the morning, mid-morning. Our upload speeds are terrible. Tomorrow I'm having satellite internet installed, and we're going to try that as a backup.
Wow. Yeah, actually Spectrum went down today for the high school and PCY at about 1 o'clock. We lost internet connection at 2 sites, and they had an air compressor break. Compressor broke on one of their HVACs at one of their locations, but they got it back up and running within 3 hours. But it did shut down the sites today.
I didn't hear about that. I thought no one complained on my side. That's a little red flag. No, my kids weren't concerned about that. Anyway.
It did affect their ability to play Minecraft.
I guess. I got to do some investigation in the Radabal household. Wendy, how about you? Anything to wrap up?
No, I'm sure there's something, but I don't remember, but just thank you, everybody. Really good job. I appreciate everyone's just thoroughness, patience, and good leadership. So thank you.
Back to you. All righty, I think that's it. We can wrap up. So I know it's 12:02, but we didn't make any decisions, so I think we're okay after the midnight hour. So I think we're fine. Thank you so much. Go get some sleep, and I'm looking forward to myself. Take care, everybody. Great job.
Be well.
Good
Thank
night,
you.
everyone. Thank you.